coming into the state government. The sustainable development of the mining area would be now possible in a very focused manner. We see most of the mines are located in far-off regions. Some of them are underdeveloped. There is a possibility for developing the local area with the revenue which the state government is earning from these auctions. So it will basically be an all-around economic growth for the country, value adding, creating jobs, creating economic activity for the country as a whole. With these auction of mines, iron ore mines, which has been done. As far as coking coal is concerned, and I think as rightly pointed out, coal is an important facet of the steel production. And coking coal is primarily today imported in the country. As a matter of fact, we consume in India today about 60 million tons of coking coal. Out of 60 million tons, about 90%, I would say, is imported, and 10% is used from the domestic sources. So India, if you look at a production number, I think produces about 40 million tons of coking coal, and they have a higher ash content. And we are able to use only 5 to 6 million tons out of this in our steel making metallurgical uses. The balance gets diverted to alternate uses like power. So there is a possibility for us to build on the availability of our coking coal resources in two ways. One is that we create washeries. So there is BCCL has near BCCL there is land available. So if a policy is put up for the private sector to enter this area on a built, operate, own and operate, we can on a boot basis we can or on a BOO basis we can put up washeries. BCCL can provide the land with the linkages, and on a transparent basis washeries can be set up, which can actually reduce the ash content and use the coking coal which is being mined for steel making purposes. And only limited quantities will then thereby the tailings and the middlings will go to the alternate uses. The second, so the potential here is, I think, very large to replace imports, as since we are importing 90%, so the exchequer in terms of foreign exchange loss is very high. And since India has the potential to produce more, we have 35 billion tons of coking coal. Creation of these policies for setting up washeries will be a big step forward. BCCL also has, there are a couple of old washeries which are which are right now not operating. The second thing which could be done is to look at a kind of a policy for renovate, operate and maintain with a suitable, transparent commercial arrangement for such washeries, which can be immediately brought back into stream under this policy. The winners, which can be transparently auctioned, can be provided linkages by BCCL for the coal, and these kind of coals and these kind of washeries can be used immediately to wash these coals and use in the steel making. So the other one, which I think is a coal mine which all of us have been talking about, is the Jharia coking coal deposit. The Jharia coking coal deposit is one of the largest deposits which we have, which has about almost 10 billion tons of coking coal, which is between prime and medium grade coking coals, which needs to be developed. We have multifarious challenges of fire, of some unplanned mining townships, etc., which are restricting the use of that area, rail, road access. So there is a possibility for the government to actually enable development of the Jharia mining field. So our suggestion in this would be that Jharia coking coal deposit should be divided into 6 to 8 mining blocks. Out of these, about 2 to 3 blocks can be retained by BCCL, and the remaining blocks should be put onto the auction. And all the major producers with existing steel capacities should be allowed to participate in the auction, and R&R plans should be put into place to relocate the inhabitants of that area and relocate them in a sustainable development, so which will be a positive step for them as also, and start the mining activity. The land for the relocation can be provided by the Jharkhand government. If we are able to do this, the potential, if we look at 2030, is that 160 million tons of coking coal is required by the country. There is a potential to replace about 40 million tons of this requirement from development of the Jharia mines and setting up the washeries which we talked about. So that's a very substantial amount which is possible from our own resources, and again a step towards more and more self-reliance, which the country can do. The on the non-coking coal, I think we have enough resources. It's not. We still import a lot of thermal coal. We need to see what are the restrictions which we need to change, or which are the impediments in developing our own resources more and more, rather than importing thermal coal or non-coking coal in a big way. And I think one of them, which is would be our suggestion, would be that the import duty, especially for the value-added coals, be looked at. The compensation cess which is being charged, the GST compensation cess, should be looked at. So these two, will also make a substantial difference. Develop the in-house resources for value-added coals like the coking coals. Where we need to import for some more time, I think we can reduce the GST compensation cess and remove the duties which is being right now levied on these imports, but encourage more and more use of non-coking coal which is available domestically, and reduce the import of such thermal coals from the international market. That would release a tremendous amount of foreign exchange. It will develop the mining, the economic activity, create jobs again within the country. So an enormous opportunity again to develop Atma Nirbhar Bharat. So I think these are the couple of points which I can think about, which would enable the steel industry to really use the resources which is available within the country, become more self-reliant, create a platform and a base for engineering goods in India. So we should basically, whatever engineering goods is being imported, can be produced in India. We should get the technology. All the steel making which is required is available, and with these resources, it can be increased. And use this platform for exports of engineering goods from India and for steel from India. And thus a big step forward for the country at large. So these would be my comments, and thank you very much for allowing me to share my views.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jayantacharya. Dada, as always, your entire topics that you cover or the issues that you address are always, very extensive, and you almost cover it. Well, you mentioned our coking coal ash content is very high. That's a challenge for us. And as you pointed out, we need the infrastructure for the washeries to be there in place. So whatever coking coal we have, we could utilize those, and perhaps also look at blended coke. And to talk about those issues later, we have a few experts from Central Fuel Research Institute and also from Institute of Minerals and Materials Technology, who would be able to cover. And of course, Mr. N.C. Jha, who has worked a lot on this field, and he was also there with ICVL, International Coal Ventures Limited. Now, Mr. Jayantacharya, why I wanted him to be the first speaker, there were many reasons. First of all, he is my real Dada. Dada in real, not in what you hear in Mumbai or Maharashtra, but Dada in Bengali sense. So in a Bengali family, Dada is the head of the family. So for me, he is one person who would have done the maximum justice to the subjects we have chosen today. Atma Nirbhar Bharat towards raw materials. For that, of course, the coking coal part plays a huge role. And of course, iron ore, we are self-sufficient, but then at the same time, we waste a lot of our resources. So to talk about how we could pelletize and use those resources, use the tailings, use the fines that are lying idle, I would now request Mr. Subbarao, who is Chairman cum Managing Director of Kudremukh Iron Ore Company Limited, to put in his remarks. But before that, I would request Amit to just play the corporate presentation of KIOCL before we move on to Mr. MV Subbarao, CMD KIOCL. So Amit, are you ready with the presentation of KIOCL? Please go ahead. And Mr. Jayant Acharya, I would request you to stay back for a few more minutes, as long as you can. I know you have another meeting to attend, but please bear with us for a few.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Dada. Thank you so much. Always grateful to you for all that you have done. Please, Amit, could you go ahead?
Dada, do you want me to play the video of
KIOCL, yes.
But KIOCL not given any presentation.
Yes,
No, it's not. It's only a video, corporate video of KIOCL.
No, but KSL has not got any video. It's Mitra SK and we have NMDC.
So we have not sent any presentation.
Okay. Then I'm sorry. Then Mr. Subbarao, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, and of course Ankit also. And good evening to everybody. First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Steel and Metallurgy for giving opportunity to talk about Atma Nirbhar Bharat, for meeting raw material requirements for iron and steel industry in the new normal era. Of course, Mr. Jayant Acharya have already explained about Indian raw material scenario, especially about coke, and how industry can progress on Atma Nirbhar Bharat. I think Mr. Acharya fully covered of all the panelists, except iron ore. I think we should not talk much about coking coal. He is master in that, of course. That we should agree that. Finally, this what is Atma Nirbhar Bharat? How the mission is gaining importance day by day. If you see PSOs, every day we discuss about Atma Nirbhar Bharat. Everything should be localized. Okay, this is the vision of our Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji of making India self-reliant nation with more focus on local manufacturing services, which includes raw material availability also. Because this will strengthen the economy and most importantly improve the trade deficit. Coming to our main topic about our raw material security, as you're aware that steel making in India started in 1870 by Bengal Iron and Steel Works through open top blast furnace with raw coal and iron ore lumps as a prime raw material. It was the starting of the modern steel making in India. In the last 150 years, the capacity has increased to 142 million tons, and production also touched 111. But India became a second biggest in the global market for steel production. And another issue that in India steel production through primary and secondary. In the case of primary, around 45%. 55 major is secondary steel sector. Coming to capacity wise, okay, secondary steel sector is playing a major role. It is going to play a major role in the coming days also. The aim is that to make a self-reliant India to provide uninterrupted supply of raw material to steel industry. That is our main concept. For secondary steel making, started that if you say primary industry, require iron ore, limestone, and coal. Regarding coal, in detail, which Judge has already explained. Because secondary steel sector started in India with the scrap melting. Of course, after 1980, started using sponge iron by mixed with the pig iron. So India is self-reliant in iron ore reserves, and the total reserves is around 33 billion tons, in which compared around 22.5 billion tons. Balance is magnetite. Magnetite mostly located in Kudremukh in Karnataka. We say last financial year, India produced around 210 million tons of iron ore, in which exported almost around 32 million tons, around 19 million tons of iron ore, and around 13 million tons of pellet. So the left-out quantity around 178 million tons, which is sufficient to meet the requirement of Indian steel industry. But the major issue is about highest logistics. So severe fluctuation in prices, climatic conditions, infrastructure-related issues for parcel movement. However, I feel primary steel sector can manage the available resources of iron ore in India, except coking coal. The main issue is about coke. India is importing almost around 80 to 90% of coking coal and depends mostly on imports. But because non-availability of good quality coal reserves in India, import of coal consumes huge foreign exchange. Of course, small quantity of coking coal is available in India, which is used by washing and blend with the imported coal to make a coke substitute. Coming to second steel sector, the capacity of EAF is almost around 42 million tons. In that, 15 million tons producing alloy steel and stainless steel, balance producing carbon steels. And industrial furnace capacity is about 48 million tons. The majority of concentrated is in Eastern India, but IF is spread all over the India. That if you come to the the second steel sector is when you have logistics major issue only. India is the largest producer of DRA, but capacity utilization is only 75%. Only that is due to related inadequate availability of iron ore and also demand and also quality and also pricing. So coming to scrap, India is a net importer of scrap since the beginning of the second steel sector. India is almost importing around 78 million tons of scrap, which is consumed huge foreign exchange. So for this proposed steel scrap policy, which is expected to come into force, ensures adequate availability of domestic scrap to reduce imports and improve competitiveness of steel sector. The aim is to scientific recycling of old vehicles and also white goods. Regarding this pelletization, today our pellet industry capacity is almost 85 million tons. It is going to touch 90 million tons. Initially, how the pelletization came to India only to beneficiate low-grade ore. Kudurmak is the first company in India with 22 million tons of RYM and 7 million tons of concentrate commissioned in 1980. So that time there was no demand for iron ore in India. And later on, of course, other industries started, and most of the work taken last 7 to 8 years. That because of the industry also increased continuously. So purpose is to convert low grade into high grade pellets. But actually, what is because of market conditions, some other environment issues, most of the places converted normal ore into the iron ore pellet. What I feel that low grade was to be converted into the high grade ore to beneficiation and to be converted into the pellets. Under this, of course, the second policy definitely will safeguard the second steel industry. What I finally tell that sponge iron industry of 49 million tons produced at full capacity. Similarly, pellet industry of around 81 to 90 million tons produced at full capacity. If the two industries produce at full capacity and if proper logistics, we arrange that entire primary and steel sectors can survive. And primary steel sector in India, still they are using all iron ore, lumps are center only. They should, of course, private industry, they are using more pellets. Mostly PSU, they are using more center. What I advise all the colleagues that one, to improve productivity, they have to use more pelletization. And if you see a slime percentage by highest in India, sale is having highest quantity of low grade fines, similar lot of dump site to Versa. Everyone has to convert into the high grade ore, and through beneficiation, it should convert it into the pellets. And under this self-reliant India, I think iron ore is not a much issue. And of course, coking coal immediately, I don't think that any other answer except using more sponge iron and also pellet in the blast furnace, so that they can reduce some of the imported of coking coal. And the government idea is that totally stop import of these raw materials, that is sulfur-reliant steel industry, the raw material itself. The major bottleneck is only transportation. Now government is planning that Indian rail plan and also inland water scheme. If you come to KOCL, believe it or not, we are not using any rail or road network. Entire raw material come only through sea route. Iron ore I'm getting from Chhattisgarh to Mangalore only through sea route. Of the entire Andhra side come, we report from Ukraine, and limestone imported from Middle East. Entire product selling only through sea route only. Local coastal customers or international market, they take only sea route only. Our company is 100% utilizing inland waters. That's why company is surviving, even though our company is much far away from the market, away from the raw material. In Karnataka, I have no market. Karnataka, I have no raw material. Everything coming from such a far away. My pellets go into Gujarat or Eastern India. Similarly, my raw material coming from far away, but still we are surviving. Last 5 years, we increased our capacity utilization because of logistics only. Since beginning, we concentrated more on the logistics. I feel that entire steel industry has to first think about logistics, how to reduce the logistics. Then automatically, will definitely attain the self-reliant raw material for steel industry. And I thank you very much for giving the opportunity and wish all of you with good health and also peaceful.
Thank you so much, Mr. Subbarao. You are also a person who has always stood by us, and you for a lot of our conferences in the past. Now, unfortunately, because of the days, we are not meeting across the table, but on a virtual platform. But again, once again, let me tell you, KIOCL, in spite of all the hurdles that it has been going through, I'm happy that KIOCL has stood like a firm rock, and in spite of the difficult times, and I feel it's a waste of resources for India.
Hello.
Uh, the pellets which would be able to sort of stop the resources being drained from our country. The amount of fines that we have, and we virtually are giving it away. Mr. Sundaraman of Tata Steel, who's been again a raw materials man through and through. Let me tell you, he was the PEO of Tata Steel. He was head of the Ferroalloys and Minerals Division of the EIC of FAMD, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Sundaraman. So you have been man born and bred, so to say. And Tata Steel always has enjoyed a legacy of its own. Legacy because of being at one time being the lowest cost steel producer in the world, and by virtue of its raw. Now JSW, Jayanta will agree with me, will the edge Tata Steel sale always had. JSW will now be able to put, I would say, be on equal footing with 4 iron ore mines in Odisha, and with a capacity around about 1100 million tons of iron ore, if I'm not mistaken. So around 1,100 figure is something which JSW will be utilizing in the days to come. And as you know, JSW was always virtually dependent on the local iron ore mines and imports as well. At one point of time, was importing quite a lot of iron ore as well. So, having said that, I would now ask Mr. D.B. Sundaraman, Vice President, Raw Materials, Tata Steel, to explain, what Tata Steel looks at in terms of the pricing, which is going to, let's say, be there for the next couple of months, when we are in a situation where we need to cut corners. And in spite of having your own access to raw material sources, there are a lot of which you need to streamline in terms of utilizing your raw material sources. Mr. D.B. Sundaraman, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Nirmala Mukherjee. And good afternoon, everybody, including my co-panelists. So indeed, just when we have gathered here to discuss about Atma Nirbhar Bharat, self-reliant India, I just gone through one. Deccan Herald has given a small news article wherein in the morning, Honorable Prime Minister was having a meeting with mines and related ministries, and he has given instructions that people now, all the ministries should now think of how can we increase our clearances and the time which is taken for clearances, how can we reduce, and how can the ease of business be looked into again from this point of view. Atma Nirbhar Bharat, I think this is a very good welcome step. So, as my previous panelists have clearly mentioned about what are the ingredients which are required for steel production and where do we stand today. So before we go to the case of India, where we now talk about 250 to 300 million tons of steel production and what are the ingredients which are required for steel production, I would just like to share the Tata Steel story in coking coal especially. So as we have got 5 coking coal underground mines in Jharia region, and also we have got 2 open cast mines in West Bokaro. West Bokaro is in the district of Ramgarh, that's also in Jharkhand. So this coal is not prime coking coal. This coal is medium coking coal. But what we did, earlier we were operating the top charge batteries, and now we have converted entire our coke oven batteries to stamp charge, and we started using our entire medium coking coal. It is known as medium coking coal. We started using this medium coking coal along with some prime coking coal. As before this discussion started, I was sharing with Mr. Mitra that the underground mines, because of the depth of 600 meters and also because of the conditions which we have and also the safety conditions, it has become very difficult to mine, but still roughly 1 million ton we do produce from these underground mines. So when I discuss these things with some of our partners outside India, they say that from 5 underground mines, you are producing only 1 million ton. This is beyond our comprehension. Because the way, that's why I'm coming to this point. So though we have got prime coking coal in entire Dharia belt, but somehow as far as mining is concerned, in open cast mining, we can compare ourselves with the best of the mining countries around the world, whether it is the deployment of equipment or it is our mining practices. Even today, when we talk about global positioning satellite system, wherein we look our entire thing, digitalization we have done, we can compare with the best of the mines, whether it is in our coal Indian mines, northern coal fields I have seen in southeastern coal fields and also in our other mines also. But when it comes to underground mining, apart from some pockets of excellence, like Singareni is definitely doing a good job in underground mining. But apart from that, I think somehow we have not excelled in underground mining, which is the way now we say that we wanted to produce 300 million tons. For that, we need to have 160 million tons of coking coal. So the way there is a concern for environment and also there is a concern from land. And also, as all of us are aware that all these minerals are based in the areas where they are they have got forest, as well as the aborigines, the people who are staying, local people, they are not, we cannot disturb them because of our mining. So taking in these things into account, I think underground mining is one thing where we need to give a good, big focus under our Atma Nirbhar Bharat. And also the second thing which I say is, though we use equipment, but the equipment which we use in India, more or less, they are all imported. Apart from BEML, and there are some other partners who are with BEML and some local manufacturers we have. But if you go to a bigger size, where we have got, now we are planning for bigger mines, 25 million tons, 40 million tons, we are talking about mines, then we need to go for bigger machines, and that class of machines we do not have. We have only assembly facility, whether it is Caterpillar or Komatsu, but we don't have much facility to manufacture here. The way Mr. Jayant Acharya mentioned that if we want to increase steel consumption within India, and these are some of the ways where we can increase the steel consumption, and we have to manufacture some of these machines. And so though it is meant for whatever we are talking about, the mineral consumption, we are talking about steel, but unfortunately, even the steel manufacturing equipment also we are importing from outside, whether it is China or from Europe. If you come to ferrochrome, the ferrochrome furnaces, they come from outside. So I think the first thing I say, the push we need to give to underground mining, that is number one. Number two, the equipment, whether it is for mining or it is for steel manufacturing or it is for ferrochrome manufacturing, I think whatever we import, if we can manufacture some of those things in India, that is going to give us a big boost. And third, the way the discussion has started with the usage of fines. So definitely compared to around 20 years back, where we were not thinking much about the pelletization plant, or around 30, 40 years back, we were not thinking about the sinter plants. Most of the plants which were available, their steel plants were only using lumps. Today, the way the reserves are being now changed, now it's a time for us to use any type of fines which we have in our mines. And today, if you take that into account, then sintering and pelletization and also beneficiation of the ores, because we discussed about Coal India also. Our speakers have told that in Coal India there is coal, but lack of washing facilities is one of the reasons why we are not getting washed coal. Either if you want to give to power plant or to steel plants, washed coal is mandatory. Though the way I mentioned that the coal ash today, because of Dharia underground, as I told, it's 600 meters. So it is now 35%, almost 32, 35% ash coal we get. But we wash it and we bring it down to 16, 17, depending on the VIU. It depends how the imported coal price is. If the imported coal price is lower, then you can have your higher ash you can use. If the imported coal price is higher, then you can also use your lower ash, so that you can have that mixing. So if some speaker has talked about mixing of the ore, that's what we do in Tata Steel. the prime coking coal from Jharia, the medium coking coal from West Bokaro, and the imported coal, which we have. We mix that and we use in our coke ovens. So I think there is a scope. The Jharia, the way it has been discussed, two options. Either Jharia can be worked in underground, or Mr. Nirmal Jha, who has seen an entire thing, he knew very well. Or why can't we evacuate entire population from there and at least have open cast mining also? It is possible, because in underground mine in the upper seams we must have taken maximum 40 to 50%. At the maximum 60% of coal we might have evacuated, but rest of the coal is lying there. So that's my personal experience. When I worked in West Bokaro as mining engineer, our underground mine was closed and we had to operate open cast mine. So we operated the open cast through open cast, and though there was a bit difficulty, but still you will get at least 90% coal you will get. So these are some of the options which I see for a self-reliant, because we have been discussing much about what is the coking coal requirement and what is the scarcity which we have in India. These are some of the things which may come to my mind. And third is, our speakers also discussed about DRI. So DRI is one area which I have just a small figure which I would like to share with all of you. So the gas-based DRI plants, their profitability is it's much volatile, because it's linked to natural gas price. The share of this gas-based production has come down from 25% in FY12 to 22% in FY20. So this is one area, if the gas can be assured, then gas-based DRI production can also happen, which is also going to be one of the key factors in our steel production. And also the capacity utilization, one of the speakers earlier also told, it is less than 60%. It is hovering around 60%. That is also one of the reasons I think we need to focus on gas-based DRI. And when we talk about 300 million tons, it is not only the blast furnace or BOF route. We need to see arc furnace route and also the usage of scrap. Today, we are importing scrap. That is also one of the major, I think, the foreign exchange we are losing on. How can we use in our plants? How can we use scrap? How can we generate scrap and use the same scrap? That is also one of the, I think, points which I would like to deal with. And also the way now the auctions have happened. Luckily, in these auctions, taking cue from the coal auctions, government has shown agility and changed a lot of rules and regulations. They said for 2 years you can continue with the same approvals and all that. You are not going to be stuck up for FC clearance or EC clearance. But that problem earlier, the coal mines, early first phase of coal mines auction happened, they faced that problem. But taking cue from that, Government of India and also state governments acted very fast. Same thing, I think, the way clearances we happen after 2 years, when all these auction mines come for clearances, I'm not very sure whether they are going to get it within 2 years, or if they don't get it within 2 years, the problem is now it is postponed for 2 years, the way I see. Because now there is no problem, because at least all these 19 mines would come for operation, and there will not be any scarcity of iron ore mine. But all these clearances don't happen within 2 years, then there is going to be definitely dearth of iron ore, and again people would look for import of iron ore. So not to get into that situation, I think we should also look at the clearances the way I see the forest clearance, environment clearance, and the time it is taken for these clearances. Generally, the timelines are given. There we say that it's 3 months, 6 months, but it never happens during that period. That personally, I have experienced that the clearances take a lot of time. So there should be a single window, though the governments have committed that there will be single window for all these clearances and they would facilitate that, but that is yet to come. So that is one thing. Number one, the clearances, the time for the clearances have to come down. And second is tax structure, the way, whether it is through premium now in these auction mines, or through royalty, DMF or NEMT, or all other we pay for compensatory afforestation and all those. So if you take entire the tax structure, India is one of the highest tax structure as far as mining is concerned. So that may not attract foreign investments, because when we say that we need to go for 300 million tons of steel, for that more than 400 million tons of iron ore, I'm not very sure whether within our resources which are there within India, are we be able to cope with that, given the financial resources which we have, or we want foreign investments to happen in India, whether it's in coal or iron ore. If so, then the tax structure should be looked into, so that it becomes attractive for people who want to implement. And also the way today, even the auctions have happened, the premiums people have paid, but there is a debate. The integrated steel player can take these premiums and all whatever has been paid, but for a merchant merchant miner, will he be able to cope with 130%, 140% premium of IBM, which he has already agreed for in the auction? So this is a different debate. The positive point is he will also get into value-added products, whether it is pelletization or it's an integrated steel plant. That is a positive point. Second is already people who don't have mines, they may have concern saying that if they are dependent on only OMC or if they are dependent only on NMDC, so what will happen to them? Because it is not the production. Here in India, the major bottleneck is the logistics. Because if I know, because Mr. Jayant Acharya, no one knows better than him, because taking iron ore from Chhattisgarh or somewhere to Karnataka or from Orissa to Karnataka, how much, even the cost of production is lesser, whereas the logistic cost is much higher than that. Same thing for the Dolvi plant, which is there in the western part of India. And whereas all the resources are in the eastern part, though they are now trying through barge and all that, but still inland, our logistics are number one, we are not very prepared for that. And second is it is highly costly. And third point is to within states also, within the province also, sometimes we are forced to use truck transport, but that truck transport also it is going to create environment pollution. And when we talk about such a big volumes, then we cannot have truck transport. So these are some of the issues I feel. One is addressing coking coal issues. Second is how can we have beneficiation facilities both in coal as well as iron ore, so that we are self-sufficient in that, and how can we look at the equipment manufacturing facilities within India. And fourth is how can we look at our the way logistics and all today they are, whether can we cope up all these logistics, can they cope up to 300 million tons which we are talking about. So these are some of the things which have come to my mind, and with my personal experience in Tata Steel for last 30 years, I believe that these are some of the issues which we address. Definitely, we will be able to be part of the Atma Nirbhar Bharat, the way people are, everyone is dreaming, and also it's not a big thing that cannot happen. And also taking cue from what today happened, when there has been some skirmish between India and China, some of the industries which are totally dependent on imports, like with its automobile industry, or electronics goods industry, or its medicines and all pharmaceutical industry, they had sleepless nights because they knew that it's very difficult. If this becomes a bigger thing, then they may have some problem supporting their domestic industry. Whereas at least as far as steel and iron ore is concerned, we are not very much dependent on that. In fact, we are exporting to China rather than importing there. So that may not be the case, but at the same time, we have resources, we have skilled manpower. So it is always, we are in advantage position. And also now we have willpower, and the government is saying that let's be self-reliant. So these are some of the thoughts which have come to my mind. And thank you very much for giving me the time to share my views. And also the way I heard Mr. Acharya and also Mr. Subbarao, it's really good that every one of us on the same platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sundaraman. And you really highlighted some very important points, like the importance of expedited clearances and the tax structure and cost-effective logistics, which of course will be very important in days to come if we want to be truly self-reliant. And I would now request Mr. N.C. Jha to add more to that. Our next speaker, Mr. N.C. Jha, is promoter and managing partner of Prolific Coal Consortium and ex-chairman of Coal India Limited. Mr. N.C. Jha, are you there?
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. So just before you begin, so after Mr. N.C. Jha speaks, we will have a short question answer session before we move on to the next few speakers. So Mr. N.C. Jha, you can take it over from here.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello.
We can hear you.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. So good. It's now evening. Good evening, everybody. And I thank the Steel and Metallurgy magazine organizers of this webinar for giving me an opportunity to speak. somehow, my voice is resonating. So I'll take out this earphone and speak without earphone.
Yeah, okay, Mr. Ahmed, I think you can mute one of the two. There are actually two occurrences of Mr. Jha. If you can try muting one of them and check.
Yeah, there are
Can you
two
mute
logins
the
from.
one with just the audio?
Hello, can I?
You can mute the one with the video now.
Mr. Jha, your mic has been very near to your speaker. You can remove the mic away from your speaker. That will help. Is it done now?
No, my speaker automatically becomes off.
No, it's giving noise.
Maybe you can try using the earphones as well.
I have removed my phone and everything.
You have logged in from two accounts, I think. So there is a noise feedback between the two.
Is it?
Yeah, is it? It is now fine, I think. But I've just muted you once again. Can you try
So,
to put
Mr.
the?
Jha, can you please check if you have two windows of WebEx open? If you have two windows of WebEx open,
Yes, I have two windows. Yeah.
okay, Mr. Amit, can you try and unmute him now? If he has,
Yeah.
I think he has closed one of them.
Can you try?
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's perfect now.
I can't see
Yeah.
anything.
You are now
Yeah,
using only one account. That's fine.
Yeah, we can see you, Mr. Jha.
Thank you. Thank you for the guidance. I've taken a little extra time. So let me start. First of all, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to be on the panel. And I always love to speak on coking coal and steel industry, having a background of working in the coking coal area, also being with SAIL for quite some time. So it's pleasure talking to people on coking coal requirements. See, the plan of the plan as per the steel policy is to produce about 255 million ton of crude steel, creating a capacity of 300 million tons by 2030-31. And for that, the requirement of coal is huge. The coking coal requirement itself is estimated at 161 million ton. The non-coking coal for PCI is estimated at 31 million ton per annum. And that for the DRI route is estimated at 105 million ton. So for the steel sector alone, there is a requirement of nearly 300 million tons of coal that would be needed for the blast furnace route. The current coking coal requirement met from the domestic sources is of the order of about 5 to 6 million ton, which accounts for about 10 to 15% of the total requirement. That means the rest is being imported. Now, going forward, by 2030-31, the government has estimated that 65 million ton, 65% of coking coal only would be imported, and the country needs to produce 35% of its requirement. And that goes very well with the aim of Atma Nirbhar Bharat, and everybody would have loved it. But if you look at the current availability and the plans required for 2030-31, there is a huge challenge. This challenge is both for the steel producers as well as the coal producers in the country. When we look at the coking coal resource in the country, we have about 34.5 billion tons of coking coal resource theoretically estimated by GSO. Now this figure is constant for last 30 years, only varying little bit this way, that way. But whatever has been produced so far is not accounted for. So if you go by the actual practice, this volume will further reduce. This 34.5 is against a total of about 320 million tons of total coal resource in the country. That means the non-coking coal resource is much more compared to coking coal. Of this, only 5.3 billion tons are in the prime coking coal category. And that is available only in Jharia coalfield, a coalfield which has been worked for the past 250 years or so and has been extensively exploited. Basically, these prime coking coals are in the upper seams. You may be aware that Jharia coalfield has about 40 coal horizons, and invariably all are having some coking property or the other. The upper seams from 18 down to 9 were basically prime coking coal, which have been now almost exhausted, and the lower seams are available, which are being mined today. Now, what we require for coking coal are basically the strong cokes that would be withstanding the pressure and temperature in the blast furnace. And so for that, there are 5 strength indices which are very important, which is Micum 10, Micum 40, the CSR, and the CRI values. These are all basically the strength parameters of coke at different conditions. And in order to achieve the requisite strength parameters, we need to blend different type of coals so that the right quality of coke is produced to meet the requirement of steel making in the blast furnace route. When we talk about the Indian coal are basically very high as coal. And I was listening to the panelists who were telling that about 35%. 35% is the minimum ash that is now available. So the ash content in the raw coal now goes even beyond 50%. And in order to bring it down to the necessarily tradable level of ash of about 10.5%, there is a huge effort required and generally not possible. So what we look at the Indian coal is what is the optimum ash at which it can be washed economically. And several exercises have been done in the past. And what we have arrived at is between 17.5 to 18% the ash content in the clean coal, the coking coal washing would be economically beneficial. Otherwise, if you want to lower down the ash further, it becomes very cost prohibitive. And so, all the washeries that have been designed in the past and what are being designed for the future are all for the clean coal at 18% ash. Now, one of the important factors in these coals is the rheological properties of the coal and the reflectance of the coal. Now, invariably, coking coals have a reflectance between 0.6% to 1.8%. And in order to achieve this, we have to blend a number of coals, the imported coal, the coal from domestic sources, imported coal also from different sources. When I was working in Mozambique for a coking coal mine for sale, the ICBL company, we were producing coking coal, supplying at about 0.9 to 1% as percent sulfur, and the reflectance was something between 1.1 to 1.2. So well, reflectance was there, that was good, but sulfur was a bit high, and that was getting blended with Australian coal, which had invariably less than 0.8% sulfur. So making coke by a single source of coal is not feasible. And everywhere in the world, all the steel producers make coke by properly blending coals from different sources. And so is required for the Indian coal as well, because the Indian coal is available, clean coal is available at 17.5 to 18% gas. When we look at the properties, the basic properties of coking coal in different terms like proximate analysis, ultimate analysis, then petrographic analysis, or the ash analysis. There are various factors. All of you are in the steel sector, so you may be aware. Then we find that compared to Australian coal, Indian coal is better, has higher only ash. Rest all other properties are inferior compared to the Australian coal. So what we require is to blend appropriate amount of domestic coal to make a good coke. Now, looking at the production potential or production plan of Coal India, I was having access to the production plan of 1920, which is the past fiscal year, and out of 562, out of about 908 million ton of coal that was planned to be produced from different mines, the coking coal was only 71 million. This figure also is quite high. Most of this production goes to the power plants because proper washing facility of coking coal is not available. Whichever washeries were set up in the past, they are nearly 5 decades old, and they have outlived their life. Some sort of renovation has been done from time to time, but they are operating at very, very low efficiency. And accordingly, we at Coal India, when I was there, we had plans to set up new washeries in coking coal, and those plans are getting implemented. Though it's not up to expectation, but then some washeries have been commissioned. The feed ash is generally in excess of 35%. The clean coal, as I said, is 18 and 19%. As 18 new coking coal washeries have been planned for a total capacity of 48.2 million tons per annum. Of this, 11.6 million ton per annum capacity has been commissioned by BCCL. About 7 million ton per annum will be commissioned by this fiscal, and the rest are still in the planning stage. Even has got plans to have one new washery of 3.5 million ton per annum capacity, but I don't see any progress on that. How best the indigenous coal can be utilized for making good coke for the requirement of the blast furnace has been studied by several agencies, including CMPDI, RDCIS, SIMFA, and they have come out that the maximum percentage that can be blended, domestic coal that can be blended with imported coal is about 30%. Nothing beyond that. And that too at 10.5% ash. Now, when we talk about 18% ash, I was talking to the chairman Sale when I was his advisor, and he said that in order to get the best efficiency of the blast furnace, we need to have the coke ash of not more than 12 to 13%. In order to have a coke ash of 12 to 13%, what you require in the coal ash is much less. Something of around 9.5%, 9% of imported, and 13% of the domestic, so that the blend makes something like 11, 12% as, and the coke as remains within 13%. So we got a study conducted by in fact, convincing the government that how best we can use the domestic coking coal by cleaning at 13%. And a massive study was done. A large committee was formed. I was also a part of that committee. And then what came out at the end was that in order to have 13% as in the washed coal, the cost of production per ton of washed coal would be more than 20,000 rupees a ton. And the amount of middling generated will be so huge that it will be unreal. So finally, the conclusion came that we need to continue washing at 17.5 to 18% S, and that would be within a tolerable limit of the cost, and then blend it in suitable proportions. So that means we are not going to get anything above, anything around 10, 10.5 or 11% as, or even 13% as from the domestic source. And we'll have to continue to depend on the imported coal, which is available varying from country to country between 8% to 10.5% as. So if we look at the requirement of 35% of 161 million ton of coking coal requirement to be met from the domestic source, which works out to about 56 million ton by 2030, this, to my mind, appears to be an impossible task. And we will have to continue to deal with the domestic, to deal with the imported coal and use the imported coal to the best proportion. And when I was looking at the studies that have been done by SIMPER or RDCS or CMPDI, I found that even Indian coal could be cleaned at 10.5%. But that would require a micronic crushing of the coal. In general, it cannot be separated. The ash cannot be separated from the coal by the usual gravimetric system of separation of coal, gravimetric system of washing. What we require here is to go for froth flotation or fine coal beneficiation by doing crushing to less than 100 microns, and then we can retrieve the next carbon content. Of course, this would require, the size becomes so small that it will require pelletization of this fine coal, and technologies have been developed in the world to pelletize such coal. In fact, I met one of the proponents of this technology in US, and they had shown me the pellets. In fact, they made a presentation before sale chairman also. But then this technology is in the evolving stage and is not on the commercial stage. So a lot of research is required in order that we make India Atma Nirbhar in the field of availability of coking coal. Complete Atma Nirbharta may not be possible, but to the best extent that we can do, we will require a lot of research and development and harness the maximum quantity of carbon that is available in our coking coal. And I can assure you that the Jharia coal field, which is having resources of around 19 billion tons, almost all its resource, barring a few lowermost seams, are having coking property. And if these coals are washed at 10 to 12% as, the coking propensity is matching with the imported. So what we intend to do for Atma Nirbhar Bharat is to do a lot of research in the field of harnessing carbon from our domestic coal. What we also require is a lot of infrastructure creation and reorientation of mining. I was listening to some of the panelists suggesting that we divide Jharia coalfield in 6 parts, and 2 parts should remain in India, and other 4 parts should be auctioned. See, that's not the solution. The solution is that you vacate the Jharia coalfield from the population. And every bit of coal that is available in Jharia coalfield is having coking propensity. Now, Jharia coalfield is one which is having the maximum population density in the world. In terms of per square kilometer, it has the highest population. In order to move that population outside the coalfield, a lot of challenges are there. But if we need to make our country Atmanirbhar in respect of coking coal, I think we will have to do a lot of rehabilitation, involve all the stakeholders, the state government, the local politicians, the local population, the coal producers, particularly BCCL and Coal India, and find a solution for maximizing availability of domestic coking. I think I have shared what I wanted to say. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I find myself in a small icon, but I have disappeared from the major screen. So thank you, Steel and Metallurgy, once again for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jha, for your wonderful address. As I said before, we will now be taking questions for all the panelists who have already spoken. So do we have any questions from the panel?
I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Mitra, go ahead.
Mr. Jha, that's very interesting. We being a long time settlers in that area, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can.
I have some logistics issue. If one studies the coal loading, Jharia Dhanbad division is the highest coal loading in the world, if I'm not mistaken. So the
It used to be.
somebody has taken. Okay. Now, what has happened, if you study the logistics, 1773, the coal mining started in Jharia and Raniganj. When the world did not know, most of the countries in Asia did not know what coal is. So this coal was used mostly for running the railways, steam engines, and then came the power. So if you study the Dhanbad railway link passing through Jharia and Katrasgarh, if the whole Jharia township is demolished, how the loading will come up? There's a massive logistic railway problem will shoot up. And as we know, for nearly 100 years, the underground seam is burning. You will agree with me. Still, anybody traveling from Jharia at night, they can see the lights, the burnings coming out from the surface. A lot of people have tried their best to. I have seen subsidence of houses and quarters going down the surface. So, thinking about Jharia, at least I am personally very afraid because a lot of my relatives at one time stayed in Lodna. Lodna had a coal washery. So these are certain things I wanted to share with you. What is really government thinking? Then regarding washing, 18 pints, what is the stage of dry washing? Can it come up? The research going on. A lot of huge amount of water is being used. So dry washing technology has to take up. So these are some of the thoughts I thought I would share with you. If you can highlight your experience or your.
Okay, I have been associated with Jharia Coalfield since 1969 when I started my study at IIT ISM. And then my first company was BCCL. So I'm basically, I have worked in that coalfield for nearly 33 years. And then later on, I shifted to Coal India. And so I have a fairly good knowledge of what Jharia Coalfield is and how things have developed in the past. Now, let me tell you, coming to railways, in 1978, the Jharia reconstruction plan was prepared with the help of the police experts because nationalization had just taken place, so people were very specific how to.
Munidi started with Munidi, yeah.
No, Jharia reconstruction plan had envisaged complete Jharia coalfield, and that time we had something like 200 and some odd mines in Jharia coalfield, just taking. So we decided to divide Jharia coalfield in 30 mines, 9 open cast mines and 21 underground mines. Munidi was one of them, Sudamdi was another. And in that plan, what was envisaged was take out everything from the coalfield, remove all the rail lines, remove all the population, make satellite townships, make satellite railway lines along the periphery of the coalfield, take all coal to the periphery, load it there. As time passed, more and more population shifted to Jharia, and people start making construction for their livelihood. So whatever was the caved area or subsided area, people started making construction over there. And as I told you, there are 40 coal horizons in Jharia coalfield. And in the past, all have been worked with KB. Not much of population was there. Land was available, so the land was allowed to subside. And by caving method, mining was done from underground. Now, these areas, when excessive rains take place, then they further subside. Because underneath those seams, further seams have been mined. So let me come back to your railway issue first. The railways, there were 2 important rail lines in the Jharia coalfield. One was Dhanbad-Patharpur, and the other was Dhanbad-Katrasgarh and Dhanbad-Katrasgarh to Chandrapura, or it is called DC rail line. Over the years, fires have engulfed these rail lines, and these rail lines have now been demolished. Only a few sidings are operating in non-demolished areas, but the passenger traffic is completely stopped, and rail lines have been removed. In fact, the Patharpur rail line is completely removed, and the Dhanbad-Chandrapura rail line has been abandoned in, I think, about 5 years ago. And from Katras to Chandrapura, the rail line still exists, but from Dhanbad to Katrasgarh, that line has been demolished. So the line in any case is not there now, and that will not be a problem in demarcating the mining area into larger open cast blocks. The major problem is population. It's basically not possible to shift Jharia towns or Katrasgarh towns or even Karkane towns. What is feasible is leaving aside these concentrated populated areas. The other areas which are scarcely populated should be completely removed and larger open cast lands should be planned. And since I have worked in the CMPDI for a pretty long number of years, I still maintain that original Jharia reconstruction plan, which had envisaged 9 open cast lands. If that was implemented at that time, the problem would have been much less. But going by now, the problem has only multiplied. There is a Jharia action plan, much talked about since 1999. And I was one of the formulators of those plans in my early days. And that as per that, small open cast mines are being worked. But then that is not going to give you large production. In Jhajjar coalfield, what is required is larger mines, mines of the capacity of 5 to 10 million ton per annum, at least 7 to 8 such mines, and that too by open cast only. Because you can't expect larger production from underground mines. As my friend from Tata's, he spoke about the 1 million ton from 5 mines. Yeah, I know because I have visited the Tata Sizwa, Tata Velata, Tata's Digwadi complex, and I know they are very complex mines, and they have worked from 18 seam down to now below 9 seam. So they have become complex. What is required is larger open cast mines and excavate whatever is there and go for extensive washing of coal with fine coal beneficiation technique. So I think that is the solution. Otherwise, you can't expect much from the Jhajjar coalfield. But still, even today, that coal produced from the Jhajjar coalfield is being sent to power plants because the yield is very less and the washeries become uneconomic. So they sell it as thermal coal.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jha. Before we move on to our next panelist, we have a video, a small corporate video by NMDC Limited, who is also one of our sponsors for today's event. So I would request Mr. Amit Das to please play the video.
Yeah, before you play the video, may I just put in a special remark for Mr. N.C. Jha. Mr. N.C. Jha's relation with me dates back to the days even before he became director technical, even before when he was with the chairman secretariat from those days. I have known Mr. N.C. Jha as an extremely knowledgeable man in this field, and my special regards to him for having highlighted the key challenges, though it is a little distressing for me when I hear that we cannot become Atma Nirbhar Bharat as far as coking coal is concerned as of today. We have a long way to go to see that happening, because the cost factor is important, especially in today's context, where if you have to spend to the tune of 20,000 rupees additional cost, that puts an extra burden in terms of getting our local sources of coking coal. So having said that, I would like to once again thank Mr. N.C. Jha, and I would request Mr. Jha to be with us, because Mr. Subrata Mitra, myself, we have planned a lot of things for the industry. We have a lot of hope for the coking coal industry, for the steel making, and we have worked with Mr. Anil Kumar Chaudhary, Chairman Sale. You are a part of ICVL also, so you know the basic challenges as we face today. And I'm sure Mr. Sundaraman would also add value to this in our endeavor to make India really self-reliant in the years ahead, where coking coal will continue to be a challenge. The price of coke has at times really threatened this industry. So,
Yes.
having said that, when we move before we move to the next speaker, I would like to apologize for a little technical glitch that we are having. This is the first time we are doing it on WebEx platform, because earlier all our webinars were on Zoom, where Zoom platform we did not really face such technical glitches. But unfortunately, we had to choose WebEx because companies like Tata Steel, they don't use Zoom. So that is why we had to choose WebEx as a platform, and this platform is little disturbing. Now, before we move on to Dr. Suddoshatto Basu, whom I would like to offer my special welcome to. He is extremely knowledgeable person in the minerals industry, and whatever I have heard of him, this is the first time I'm meeting him. Though say almost 20 years ago, I had a very close relationship because of my old friend Dr. Bhima Rao, I had a very close relationship with entire those days it was RRL, Regional Research Laboratory, with whom I had worked very closely, and Dr. Sudarsata Basu would be able to throw some more light on what IMT is doing, because IMT works, in my field of metallurgy. IMT has a lot of contributions, right from Zolochar program for the let's say the Indian industry. They have undertaken a lot of projects which he will highlight. But before that, we have a small video from NMDC. Unfortunately, the new CMD of NMDC, Mr. Sumit Deb, I spoke to him a couple of days. I've been trying to make sure he comes, but he had such an engagement, he could not make it. But once again, I use this platform to congratulate Mr. Sumit Deb for having taken over as CMD of NMDC from the 1st of August. And I wish him a very good tenure ahead in NMDC, and they are the miners to the nation. So let me congratulate Mr. Sumit Deb for having taken over as CMD NMDC. Amit, could we have the video of NMDC, please, before
Yeah,
we
sure.
move on to Dr. Sudarsata Basu?
Yeah, sure.
The audio is not coming.
Yeah, can you check with the audio?
Perfection and a vision for stronger and better tomorrow. That is NMDC. It's not just a pioneering story of one of the world's finest iron ore producers, but a story of leadership with a human touch. From the depths of the earth to the bottom of hearts, NMDC has touched lives all around, creating wealth, building sustainable opportunities, and working towards impacting lives positively. NMDC, harnessing Earth's goodness.
Well, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I think the audio was not good. Did you all face that same issue? Was the audio
Yes,
distorted?
there was some issue with the audio. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not happy with the quality of audio. I suppose these are technical challenges that we have to deal with when we are dealing with the virtual world. So with that, I will move on to Dr. Sudarsata Basu, who needs no introduction because the work that IIMT has done, and especially after Dr. Basu has taken over, I hear all around, there is a positive feeling within IIMT itself that it will once again become a premier institution of research work in this country, especially in our field, in mines and metallurgy. So with that, I would like to once again thank Dr. Basu for being here, and the floor is yours, sir. আপনাকে অনেক অনেক অভিনন্দন জানাই, please.
Good evening to all of you. All this very auspicious gathering, as mentioned by Mr. Nirmala Mukherjee, and the August gathering of very well-known personalities and experts in the area of steel in coal and steel industry, which is very much interlinked. I'm not an expert, but I'm mostly working in the area of material, but I run a lab, which is Council of Scientific Industrial Research, Institute of Minerals and Metals Technology, Bhubaneswar. I'd like to mention all the points are quite nicely elaborated by all the speakers. But now I go into deep into some of the technology where we can actually bring out the challenges or solve the challenges to counter uh, the import of many minerals or many materials that we do to make steel. Of course, all the speakers talked about that how much reserve we have and in coal or coking coal and non-coking coal, and then what it required to make 300 million tons of steel by 2030 in another 10 years time, which seems to be impossible. Even if we do about 250 or 200 million ton per year, that will be a wonder. But where is this iron is going to come from? Where is this coal that we required is going to come from? That is the question everybody asks. Everybody gave in a figure that a huge amount of deposit we have on coal, although mostly very high ash coal. That doesn't serve the purpose that we have about, let's say, 700 million tons of coal. But it will be, of course, of no use because the ash content could vary about 30% over 70, 80%. So one of the solutions that we are looking at a culture coal field. So we found out that the one solution that one option that we are looking at is we found out that if I do surface mining, there are coaly layer and shelly layer. The clear coaly layer and shelly layer found out. And when you do mining, of course, you get all mixed up. Then your ash content is coming average about 40, 45%. So you could find out the shelly layer could have about 70% of, roughly about 70% of ash. Your coaly layer could be about 30, 35% of ash. And so you get about 45% of ash. So can we do a selective mining? There are now machineries available. Of course, somebody pointed out about importing machines. Of course, that is a one point. I'll come back a little later. But I think one of the way to option, at least for the culture coalfield that we have seen very closely, when we, NML and SINFR were working, even I think that's a project from CMPDI Coal India only, where we were trying to convert the non-coking coal to coking coal. In that context, we found out there is a clear coaly layer and shelly layer. So one solution, as I just said, is about selective mining, and that is quite possible. The other aspect of this we have seen is that it is possible. We have a circuit. I think that is what Mr. Jha was talking about, that SINFR. He was emphasizing that SINFR has worked on it. This is all, I think all three CSL labs, IMMT, NML, and SINFR worked on it, which primarily the development has taken place at IMMT, that how we can have a beneficiation of that high ash coal. Can we bring it down towards 17, 18%, which is minimum required, although in a good steel you require possibly about 12% of ash, which is impossible for Indian coal, as Mr. Jha pointed out. Only by blending it is possible. That too, you have to have starting with about 14% ash content, which can be brought down to 12 or 10%. So we had a pilot plant, and we had of course you have to make it fines of about 5 to 6 millimeter size, and then through heavy media separation technique, we could get a huge amount of highly ash content coal and very good low ash content coal. So we could separate that, and that low ash content coal is about 20%. I have to be free and frank. It's not that we are looking at about 17 or 18%, the best we can do it. And of course, you have to have fines to do that, as Mr. Jha talked about. But it was on the pilot scale that we have done. We have, of course, not, I would say, the semi-pilot scale that we have done. If we do at a large pilot scale, and we had submitted a report to CMPDI, CMPDI also part of it. RDCS also is part of it. But then it was not taken over to put a big pilot plant to estimate that whether it's technically feasible or not. That's what is, I thought, is pending from the side of CMPDI or Coal India, whoever wants to take it. It looks like, I'm a little blunt, that Coal India is very happy with producing coal, but not doing adequate work on washing of coal. I mean, you need to also, I mean, you cannot leave that whole thing to the user. You don't want the steel plant to do that or thermal power plant to NTPC to do that. You also need to have a good washery, updated washeries, and you require investment. You have huge amount of money. You can invest. You can see whether the organization like us, Simfer, NML, and many others can come up with a pilot plant and then estimate whether technically this our process of using heavy media by hydrocyclone, by jig, whether it is possible and it makes sense commercially or not. That's one point I would like to mention. The second thing I would like to mention about the iron ore, we have to produce, let's say, 250 million tons of iron ore per annum. Where the iron is going to come from? I think there's only option if we have to use a huge quantity of low-grade iron ore. Maybe about we require 400 million tons of high-grade iron ore, about 800 million tons of low-grade iron ore to get 250, 270 tons of steel per annum by 2030. You have to do that. And then if you import, I mean, of course, we are talking Atma Nirbhar Bharat, so we are not importing iron ore. So if you have to use low-grade iron ore, we have developed a reduction roasting. I think this technology, of course, is very well developed. We have given to FL Smith, piloted at 20 TPH. JSW is very much interested to put the plant. Ansar Mittal is actually going to put the plant. Actually, JSW already were looking at the site before the COVID-19, where in that site, whether they can put it or not in Raigara. So in this technology that I want to just mention, that we have a reduction roasting pelletization, and we have done a very good amount of work, and we show that it is quite possible to low-grade iron ore as low as about 40%, 30% can be upgraded to about 60, 64%, which can be then you can go for DRI. So this technology is there with IMMT, and this is being, of course, being transferred, which is you use a rotary kiln through which even fines can also be possible in this case. But one thing I want to come here, one connected is about the using of one. Everybody was asking then what we do with the high ash coal. What we do. So one of the way of doing it is to what we found out currently working, and we are very successful at the lab level, but we have yet to do the pilot. We are doing now pilot is to fluidized bed reactor or fluidized bed roaster, where we can use the fines, slimes, fines, or a low quality iron ore for reduction roasting in fluidized bed. If we do that, then we can use the coal gas, and in that case, high ash coal can be gasified, and then that coal gas can be utilized for reduction purpose in fluidized bed. And that's the way I thought that is the way forward for Indian coal, the high ash coal to be used. And clean coal technologies or coal gasification for high ash coal is available, or this can be also be developed. People have developed elsewhere. If India it is not there, then that can be developed how to use the coal gasification of high ash coal. So that's the way forward for iron and steel industry, is to use fluidized bed roaster, reduction roasting, and use coal gas. And for a kiln-based rotary kiln reduction roasting of pelletization of 40%, 50% iron ore to about 60, 70% that I talked about. Then I come back to about the machineries. We have developed screw scrubber. We have developed flotation column for both for the for coal beneficiation and iron ore beneficiation. And also one thing I'm going to touch upon is about instrumentation part. I think the artificial intelligence and machine learning is going to come. We have developed a ion pellet technology. That means when you're pelletizing this ion pellet technology, which of course is installed now, of 7 of them in JSW Dolby. They have taken first time our technology, which our partner in Hyderabad, SVS and Infotech, that This will take the image of the pellet and that can tell us the size, the texture, and all the properties, and then it gives a feedback loop to find out how much binder and what moisture or whatever is required to get a perfect pellet. So in this front, AI ML, I think there's a lot of work to be done. We have done this technology. There are many other places like in rotary kiln. If you want to have a temperature sensor by IoT technology, can you have a sensor for moisture, sensor for temperature, and these are all IoT based. And if you don't do it, then it won't be. If you don't develop in-house, like we have done it in IMMP or any other places like SAIL can do in their R&D, then the Atma Nirbhar Bharat will fail, I'm telling you. So these are the important part. And the mining machinery, I think one of our speaker already talked about. I think most of the mining machineries are imported. I think there's a huge requirement of development of mining machinery. I think there should be an effort for mining machinery, the steel plant machineries, and then the instrumentation side that I've talked about. So with this, I'd like to end, and I'd like to say that IMMT is always there for the 2-3 technologies that are well developed that I've just talked about. And if you are interested, or if any of the stakeholders are interested to take this forward, we will welcome to do this along with them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Professor Sudhir Basu, for touching upon both the issues, both iron ore and coking coal at the same time. And once again, I would like to thank you for at least showing us the way. We have the way forward. There are ways and means we can become Atma Nirbhar in the days to come. It's not that the road is closed before us. We have. You also spoke about coal gasification, which is what the nation is talking about today. And if I may just mention, even Tata Steel. Is Mr. Sundaraman here, or can you see Mr. Sundaraman here?
Not quite sure if he's. No, I think he's not.
Okay. But let me mention that even Tata Steel is today looking at DRI. I mean, they're trying to change their module from the traditional BF route to DRI, electric arc furnace, and having an integrated complex with the DRI route, which was something unheard of ever in Tata Steel. So obviously there is a change of thinking. And as of today, as you can see, coking coal will become a challenge day by day. It is becoming a challenge already. So if we look at alternate routes of iron making, if you can use coal gasification, which JSPL in Anugula has successfully done, though they had some teething problems initially, but they have been able to do it. So coal gasifiers, and especially with the government, with the finance minister this year announcing that coal gasifiers will be given incentives. So I'm sure it's a way forward in the days to come. With that, we will now move forward. And once again, I would like to mention that IUMT is now open for the industry to come forward and come with their, and I'm sure Professor Basu will be there to give all assistance to the industry in whatever research work they want, in whatever R&D efforts IUMT can work with, along with our labs like NML who are always there to help. So having said that, we will now move on to our next speaker, which is Mr. K.K. Mishra. He is the Director Technical and Engineering Services in CMPDI, Central Mine Planning and Design Institute, based in Ranchi. And CMPDI will be the ones who talk about what exactly can we do in utilizing our coking, blending our local coal. With that, and as Mr. Jha mentioned, our coal, only the ash content is high. Otherwise, all other properties. What about Mr. Jha? What about calorific value? Jha sir?
Yeah, you are talking about calorific value. Calorific value is important for thermal coal. In coking coal, calorific value doesn't have any role. when we talk about calorific value of coking coal, I have not seen its utility anywhere. The basic purpose of coking coal is to form a which can be dropped from the top of the blast furnace and which will go for reducing the iron ore and make iron. So calorific value is not that important. It's important for thermal coal or non-coking coal, and that's why the gradation of thermal coal has been done on the basis of gloss coal.
Thank you, Jasam. Mr. Mishra, if you could just show us, because as a journalist, I'm interested to know then what the nation wants to know. What is the way out? What is the solution?
Thank you, Mukhari Sahab. Respected panelists, respected Jha Sahab, and my colleagues, I have heard to all the panelists, and I am really very grateful that I could heard and learn so much from my previous speakers. As all we know and we all have discussed, the coking coal is the prime ingredient in steel making, which acts as a reducing agent as well as heating agent. And as Jhasa already narrated, as per a steel vision, by 2030-31, India is going to have the capacity of 300 million ton of steel making per annum. And for that, we will require coking coal of about 161 million ton per annum. In addition to that non-coking coal part, that is for PCI and DRI. So, in order to make India Atma Nirbhar, as Jha Sahab has rightly said earlier, it is not possible to make Atma Nirbhar 100% in respect of coking coal, because the need of ash content in the coking coal is 10 to 12%, whereas Indian coals have high ash content of more than 18%, and even recently this coking coal has been additionally classified as Vasri 5 and 6. And that is having the ash content of 35 to 42% for Vasri 5 and 42 to 49% for Vasri 6. So even the non-coking coal of Indian coal have high ash content, and so is the coking coal. So the best way is to go in the middle way, because we cannot have 100% import substitution by our Indian means. So it is better to increase the blending percentage as much as we can do. So as per one study, we have proposed that if we go for blending of 25% by Indian coal, vast coal, presently the blending is about 10%. So if we go for 25%, then we will be needing about 40 million ton per annum by 2030 of vast coal. And for achieving this vast coal, the production of coking coal will be about 110 to 120 million ton by 2030. So as per prospective plan of Coal India Limited, Coal India has planned that it will be producing about 65 million ton by 2030. The present last year production, coking coal production was about 46 million ton only. So if Coal India produces 65 million ton of coking coal, and as per Tata Steel 2030, they will be producing 8.5 million ton, and SAIL will be producing about 2 million ton, then again we have a shortfall of about 50 to 53 million ton. So we have created new blocks of coking coal. CMPDI has done it, and we have proposed 46 new coking coal blocks, out of which has having the resource of about 10.7 billion ton. So as already our earlier speakers have already narrated, India has total 35 billion ton of coking coal reserve. Out of his, CIL is having about 19.41 billion ton, and in new coal blocks, potential new coal blocks is having 10.75 billion ton, and the remaining 5 to 6 billion ton, some is having a sale or Tata, and some other new blocks are required to be formulated by CMPDI, which is under process of formulation. So out of 46 blocks, 6 blocks have already been allocated to different steel sectors and their joint ventures. 5 blocks are under auction, which has been floated recently. That 5 blocks is out of 41. So 5 coal blocks are being auctioned, and remaining 35 blocks is under process, and which will be auctioned as non-CIL blocks. So we are proposing about 52 to 53 million ton will be produced by 2030 from these new coal blocks, which are being proposed. So this will lead to the achievement of 25% of blending by 2030. As far as Coal India is concerned, in BCCL, we have a huge reserve of about 8.6 billion ton. I am talking about of CIL command area only. CCL has about 8.7 billion ton. ACCL has also 1.24 billion ton. ECL and WCL has also about 500 million ton of coking coal reserves. So no attention was earlier given to ACCL, ECL and WCL. Now ministry has taken this matter, and they have advised to augment the exploration work, because most of the blocks are regionally explored. All are not, detailed exploration has not been done. So it has been taken up for ACCL, ECL and WCL also. Regarding BCCL, Jha Sahab has a large experience of about 33 years, and he has already narrated. I have just a small point. Government of India has formulated the Jharia master plan, which is under implementation, but it is taking time due to various litigations. So that implementation will help BCCL to augment the production of coking coal. And secondly, the diversion of DC line, that was the Dhanbad Chandrapur railway line, which was earlier stopped on the recommendation of DGMS on safety reasons. But just before this election in 2019, it was again restarted. So that is blocking the progress of proper planning of coking coal, especially in BCCL. So if this is done, the improvement or augmentation of coking coal will be possible from BCCL also. So now I will like to come to the coal beneficiation. In order to achieve that 40 million ton, that was for production of about 110 to 120 million ton. Now, how to achieve this vast coal of 40 million ton to have 25% blending? So earlier speakers have rightly said that CIL has not paid due attention in washing of coal. And as per last year figure, the BCCL could produce the washed coking coal of 0.8 million ton. CCL has produced 1.12 million ton, and total CIL has produced washed coking coal of 1.92 million ton only. But CIL has planned, and these are already under implementation. So dismantling of outlived washeries. Number 2 is renovation of existing washeries, and number 3 is installation of new washeries. So CCL has planned for installation of 5 new washeries having the capacity of 18 million ton, which is under tendering stage now. BCCL has already installed 2 new washeries with a capacity of 6.60 million ton, and 4 new washeries of BCCL of capacity of 12 million ton is under installation. So in total, with existing and new installed washeries, Coal India will be having a capacity of 44.8 million ton per annum, and that way CIL will be able to produce washed coal of 16.5 million ton. We expect that SAIL will be producing about 1.2 million ton by 2030, and Tata Steel have the washing capacity of 9.7 million ton per annum, and the clean coal will be produced by Tata is about 6.2 million ton. So thus we will having a total clean coal capacity production of, not capacity, clean coal production of about 24 million ton. So out of 40 million ton of clean coal requirement, washed clean coal, we will be having 24. So again, there is a shortfall of 16 million ton. And now Coal India has also been advised to explore the possibility of augmentation of coking coal production beyond what they have their projection plan, as well as to augment the installation of washeries further, as in addition to what they have planned till now. However, in order to have this additional 6 million ton, we expect that the new coal allocatees of coking coal blocks, they will be producing and setting up washeries for meeting this requirement, or by the steel sectors, they can have also, they can enhance their own beneficiation capacity. And lastly, I would like to just summarize. In order to make India Atma Nirbhar as much as to a large extent as possible, we are as a Coal India or as a CMPDI or Ministry of Coal, we have planned for prioritizing the exploration of coking coal blocks, what we have projected. Secondly, technology innovation in washery that Jha Sahab has rightly mentioned. Technology innovation in blast furnace and quality of iron ore or its beneficiation. And one thing I also wanted to mention, that in addition to that production or beneficiation, the linkage of coking coal and wash coal is also important, because the steel industry or steel sector are not taking coal. There may be certain regions, because Coal India is having linkage auction policy, and we are uploading this auction, but the steel sectors are not bidding or taking coal as per the quantity which we are offering. So that is also one issue which should be sorted out in order to reduce the import of coal. That is all I wanted to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mishra. Mishra-ji, you have also basically the major issues which and the developments which are taking place with regard to both the production on the production front as well as on the development front. Now, CMPDI is always one institution which we look up to, and your CMD has been very cooperative in working together with the industry. So my special thanks to your CMD also for his direct involvement in bringing this collaboration together. With that, we will now move on to a little bit of iron ore now, from coal to iron ore once again. And none other than Jain Saab, Dr. Jain, who has addressed our first webinar also. Unfortunately, that day, his address came up at 8:30 p.m. and he was still sitting in office. So I'm happy today that at least, I have been able to bring him up on the ladder so that he speaks much before 8 and goes home by 8 o'clock, so that Madam Jain is happy end of the day. Because last time it was too late for him. Jain Saab, once again, delay last time, and this time also my son Ankit was sending me messages that Dr. Jain has to go. Please bring him forward, but I could not see his messages, so I apologize to you for the slight delay, whatever happened. After Jain Saab, we will move on to Mr. Punnendundal Bose, PLB as he is popularly known as. So PLB is an expert in the subject, and he will touch upon sampling, he will touch upon basic quality inspection issues, all these issues together, which are very relevant. So before PLB, it is Dr. Jain. Dr. Jain, the floor is yours.
Good evening, every panelist, and thank you very much, Mr. Nirmala Mukherjee, sir. And again, as I am now familiar with this webinar, and I compliment you from last so many, after this COVID period, there is a continuously you are sensitizing the public and stakeholders about the iron ore and subsequently the steel and other sectors. So I do have a little bit of my presentation. I will just share my slides.
Yeah, can we get the share screen?
I think I can do it, sir. Please.
Yeah, okay.
I may be able to do
it. Is your share screen option enabled?
Yes, enabled, sir. It is enabled. Just a minute, sir. Are you able to see my screen?
No, not yet. Amit, can you just check if... can you enable Dr. Jain's share screen option?
Yes, I would request Mr. Amit to please make Mr. Jain the presenter.
Yeah, because without making the presenter, he will not be able to share the screen.
Because I am able to see my slide.
Yeah, but you know, we cannot see your share screen. I think you have to be made a presenter first. Amit, can you do it? Has he been presenter?
Yeah, okay. So Dr. PK Jain, you are now the presenter. Can you try your share content option again?
Yeah. Yeah, now it is okay.
Yeah. So I think that my screen is visible.
Yes.
So as Mr. Mukherjee has introduced me, that I am going to talk about the availability of the iron ore, and particularly with this COVID in the new era. And this is a little bit of the disclaimer, as officially I am not supposed to have my official views. These are my personal view in the presentation, though the data is from the stakeholders. And as already our panelists has talked, that the iron and steel sector, iron ore is a main consumer, and iron and steel industry consume over 90% of the iron ore. And there are the other raw material like the lumps, manganese ore, bromide, coking coal, steel grade limestone, refractory raw material, nickel and ferrous scrap. And as per the steel policy 2017, that is about 300 million tons of the production of the steel should be there in the 2030. Or for that, already it has been spoken, that is a 437 million tons of the iron ore may be required. And subsequently, if we see that the contribution of this iron ore is about 2% in the GDP, and as about 100 million ton of the mark that has already been covered in the 2017-18. This is a slide I am depicting as I am having a custodian of the national mineral inventory for the all major minerals, including the iron ore. So here I am trying to depict it that from 1975 onward, there is a continuously addition in the national mineral resources are there in the inventory. So that is a combined CAGR is about 11.17% as far as the hematite is concerned, and about 16.37% is in the magnetite. So if you see in the bottom, that is we started with the 9 billion, and it will reach to the 22 billion for the hematite and about 10.7 billion for the magnetite. And now coming to the production part. So here the production, we see that is from 1213 to 1920, I got it. So it is with the 136 million Now, in the 1920, it is a 242 plus million the production of the iron ore of the all grades. And this red graph is telling about the export also. So here gradually we are able to export the iron ore. That is about, we can say that 36624 thousand tons. But this is a green graph is alarming when we are talking of the Atma Nirbhar Bharat. So still we are importing the iron ore. Though that is a quantity is less, but why we are importing? When I try to analyze this, the task has been given. If we have to make a zero import of all the minerals, including iron ore, which is already sufficiently available, or the production is sufficient. So in that way, this is alarming. And when I try to analyze, there is even the fines are also going to be imported in India. So why we are importing the fine, I don't know. Maybe that is maybe because of the region of the logistic cost or other, but it has to be seen in terms of the Atma Nirbhar Bharat. This is a reporting mines as we are having a data. So gradually, as after the 2020 March, majority of the mines has been expired. So here we are having about 250 odd figure of the mines, of the total mines, in which this red one is a captive mines and this is a blue one is a captive and non-captive mines. Then in terms of the production, again, this is I am having a figure of the 1920, about 242 million tons of the production of the iron ore. Out of that, about 36% are the fines, that is a plus 62 to 65, and rest are 8% is above 65 of the fines. And here, if I will see the lumps also, there is hardly 2% of the high grade lump is the 4% only. But if I will see the feed grade iron ore, that is about 85% of the total production. So if I see the feed grade iron ore, inclusive of the lumps and fines, that I have taken as a plus 60% of the iron ore, that is about 82% we are having the feed grade, and other grade is about 18% in the 1920. And coming to that, because this iron ore is both, we talk in terms of the captive and non-captive. So here, if you see that is a ratio of the 1:3 for the captive mines and non-captive mines. So this is merchant mines that is already available the material for the plants or the having other value additions. Similarly, if I go with the captive, public and private, they too are having the ratio of about 35% is the public sectors and about 65% of the private sectors. As earlier panelist also has spoken about the availability of the stocks, which may be sometime of the fines or the not as a feed grade. So here I got the figure of the 1920, about 145 million tons of the stock still available. This was 162 million ton in the 1890, which has gradually after this March, little bit the stock has also been consumed. But if you see the grade wise this stock, here also this is something more work can be done. About this 34% is the fines of the 55 to 58%, and rest are of the other grade. And if we see this other grade also, there is a different grades of the fines, lumps, and concentrate. Coming to the stocks in the, if you see the mine head, so about the non-captive mines are having about 113 million tons of the stocks, and the captive mine too have the stocks. As per the sustainable mining development, there is all stocks should not be over adding. It should be little bit have a sweetener to be added, and it has to be consumed by the in a value addition or making the steels or the sponge iron. And if we see that private and public wise also, here is the as we can see that is a private majority time is a merchant miner also. So here is the stock is 108 million tons, and public sectors mines are having the stock of the 55 million tons in the 1890s. Now this is a way I trying to make what is the apparent consumption of the availability of the iron ore, means what is the production we are having, then the opening stock minus closing stocks, and then the import minus export. So if I see here that is in the 1920 about 224 million tons of the apparent consumption of the iron ore is there. And again, if I go with the net stock availability, that stock is, as I told, from 18 to 19, little bit of the stock has reduced. But we have consumed the stocks, but as far as the production is concerned, that is a straight line. So gradually, that is mitigated measures for the both our domestic consumption as well as for the export. And subsequently, the green this line is also telling that we are having a constant in the export of the iron ore, and the import, as I told, it is also having a little bit growing trend from the 4 million to 9 million in the 18-19, but little bit the data is still of the 1920 has to be still verified, and that is telling that is a little bit of the reduction in the import of the iron ore in the 1920. This is also when we were talking how will be the availability of the iron ore when we are visualizing the national steel policy in the 2030. So here I try to make as existing CAGR is about 6% of the iron ore in terms of the 1718 to the 1920, and this is a combined consumption 189 adding 204, so it is a 1045, and this is I try to make it a standard 7.5 growth of the making the steel. As already previous panelists said, that is a big challenge. If we touch up to the 200 million ton, that will be a big achievement. But I try to make as per the policy, the growth is as per the 7.5 standard growth. We make year-wise, this may be the requirement of the iron ore, and this will be our total production of the steel. This more simplified way I will tell in the next slide. Here the total results of the feed of the iron ore is available is about 4,255 million tons, and total feed grade we are having available about 14 billion tons already there, and that can cater to the need of the 4.2 billion ton as available required for the 2030. So we are having plus 99% of the availability of the iron ore. That is up to the 2030. But after the 2030, we have to see and we have to have a thought processing right from the day one. So if I conclude with that, presently the plus 60% feed grade iron ore is available indigenously, and little bit of the import is there. But India produces about 80 to 85% of the feed grade iron ore, that is a plus 60%. And a little bit we are exporting also, that is a growing trend from 6 to 8 billion tons of the iron ore from 16-17 to the 18-19. But as far as the results of the iron ore is concerned, in the total resources of the 220 billion tons, only 29% of the resources, out of the resources the results, and rest are the resources of the remaining resources. So hence it is a need of the hour to convert the remaining resources into the results for uninterrupted supply of the iron ore, not only up to 2030, even beyond. So 100% results has to be adjusted after the 2030. So that is a detailed explanation has to be required, and pre-feasibility of the feasibility is also required to convert the resources into the results. So there is a way forward. Intensive and the deep exploration or augmenting the resource base is required. Reassessment of the resources as per the threshold value, because the threshold value has been notified recently by the IBM. So reassessment of the resources has to be made. Earlier it was a 50% FE, so now it is a 45% FE minimum. So that is to be reassessed, so that will enhance our total resources. And as already told, the modern beneficiation technology has to be adopted to utilize all the fines up to 45%, and that is will improve giving the what is the availability of the magnetite also. And steel plants are likely to increase the usage of the pellets in their production process to reduce the pollution and to increase the productivity. Because we do have a capacity of the about 100 million ton of the pellets capacity, but hardly 40 or 50 million tons of the pellet only has been produced, though maybe of the from the captive mines or from the merchant mines. Eco-friendly viability of the underground mining technology can be thought of, as I told earlier also. About 8 billion tons of the magnetite in the particularly in the Karnataka is already trapped. So that is the thought of in the Western Ghat, and reduce the demand for the primary minerals and the metals by range of the circular economy approach, including the eco-designing, recycling, and reuse, and the development of the secondary sources of the mineral and metals, particularly when the scrap policy also has came. So we have to have a holistic policy, visualizing not only the availability of the high-grade iron ore, or not having a serious thought about the availability of the low-grade mines, or the total holistically about the 145 million tons of the stock of the mine. So with that, I think I may say thanks to the organizer as well as the panelists and all the participants who are joining this webinar for having a patience hearing on from my side. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, Jensam. As your presentation is always extensive, and if I may make an appeal, I would like to request you to just send us your presentation in a text format so that we could publish it as an article in the next issue of our magazine. So, Jensab, this is a request to you. If you could just put this PowerPoint presentation into an article format and send it to us. I would like our readers to get a feel that we are not to feel scared when it comes to our returns. For the next 30 years, we have no fear. I mean, at least for the next 20 years, till 2030, we have no fear as far as our deposits are concerned. And then, the huge amount of fines which we are wasting. I feel it's an ideal time we should save these resources. And I'm sure, our leaders like Mr. Subbarao will convince our iron ore users to try and see wherever we can use the fines in the form of pellets, use pellets so that we can minimize our resources. Though I think Subhrata will be able to highlight the metallization is comparatively lower in pellets. If you could just highlight, Subhrata, what kind of metallization we lose when we use pellets. You have to unmute. Yeah.
Metallization is more important in DRI. So when you melt DRI, the metallization with what's happening in gas-based goes up to 94. And with this, our case here in coal-based pellet use in DRI making, its maximum is 89, 90, 91 like this. So these are the effects of course, the different methods of pelletization. Use of pellets in DRI making.
Yes. Okay, that is something, but at the same time, if you look at the cost.
Gas, yes.
But the cost, if you look at the cost analytics, I think it doesn't really upset the whole cost.
One, the metallization, less metallization means your power consumption cost goes high. 10 kilowatt hour per ton for 1 degree less metallization. Rough estimate. 10 kilowatt hour per ton. So that money goes in.
That's a significant amount of money we lose when there is lower metallization. So with that now, Jensab, once again for being with us with a lot of inputs on the iron ore data of India and how much of magnetite, how much of hematite we have in terms of our resources. And with that, now we'll move on to a little bit of quality aspect on sampling, on these issues, which are so very relevant in our raw materials issue, particularly in the iron ore issue. It is so very important that we need to know what we are using and the content of iron ore. So with that, I'll move on to, as he is better known as Mr. P.L. Bose. And let me also tell you that the company he represents, both Mr. SK and Gemini, they're our sponsors for today. So a special thanks to them. And Mr. P.L. Bose will take us through. I think you already have you also have a presentation to give. You have to unmute yourself, Mr. Bose. Please unmute yourself.
There is one video also, I think.
Yeah, the video is, yeah, Ankit, if you could ask, Amit, both there are two videos, one of Mitra SK and one of...
Another is Gemini. There are two videos,
Gemini.
one is Gemini and another is Mitra SK.
Yeah, so let us have the video display and then move on to Mr. Bose.
Okay. I will just play the video first.
Yeah, the Gemini one or Mitra SK first? You can start with the Gemini and then go move on.
Then Mitra SK, both either. You can.
And let me tell you, we are also streaming live on YouTube and also streaming live on steelmetallurgy.com and steelconferences.com. So a lot of our people are watching on YouTube because many of them, they don't want to enter into an app and listen to the entire webinar. So people who are watching on YouTube, a warm welcome to them as well, and also on our websites. Yeah, Amit, you can go ahead.
Thank you, everyone.
Can you play the next video of Bitra SK also? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Amit. And fortunately, this time the video quality and audio quality both were excellent. I think we didn't have any issue with the quality of either the audio or the video. Okay, now you can stop the screen sharing and let's come back to the main screen. Okay. Now it's over to PLB and Mr. Bose will enlighten us on the quality and sampling aspects. Mr. Bose, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nirmalya Mukherjee. And good evening to all panel members present here. And it's a very great opportunity that having so eminent panel members to be here, and a lot of informations projection about the future of this projection of the country is well presented in the entire session during this session. But one of the things, while we go for the 2030 projection of 300 million tons of steel, so, and having around 300 million tons of iron ore and another 400 million of coking coal. So one thing is very much to be looked at, that the quality is also important aspect that has to be seen. While we go for mining in different area and do the mining and expand the mining, there are also a lot of quality challenges will come. So my subject today is to have the quality, highlight on the quality, what are the things we need to look at. So can I share the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, presenter now.
Please.
The option to present
Okay.
now.
Okay. Okay. Share.
Yeah.
Okay. Is my screen visible now?
I think it is still loading, but
Yeah, we can see your screen, but the presentation is still not. Yeah, I think
it's a black screen right now.
It's a black screen?
Yeah, it's a black screen.
Maybe you have to open the presentation and then share the screen.
I have opened the presentation already.
So, Mr. Bose, did you use the share file option under share content?
Yeah, yeah. No,
Okay,
no,
so,
I use the share screen.
Now you have to go to share file.
You
now you have to go to share file.
Another thing you can do is maybe you can close this window, and then you can open the presentation separately, and then you go to share content and you will find the presentation there.
Share content.
Open separately in a separate window, then it should show up. The presentation should show up next to share file and whiteboard. Okay, we can see your screen now. You can just open the PDF or PPT.
So you can see your
Are you able to share?
Yeah. Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Good evening. Actually, this is today's this subject is the basically quality and the assuring quality of raw material input in the steel industry. If we look at the quality control requirement, that manufacturing of steel require the raw material, that is we use iron ore, pellet, coke, flux, and ferroalloys as well. And different type of, because they are coming from the different sources, and the pellet is made out of the fines, iron ore is made out of by screening the crushed material, and coke is manufactured, and different kind of coal blends are made to manufacture the coke. And ferroalloys are of different types. Ferroalloys: ferrochrome, high carbon ferrochrome, silicomanganese, ferromanganese, ferrosilicon, and different noble ferroalloys are also used. And this blending of this type of ferroalloys will definitely likely to create a quality variance. So in order to address the quality variance, we need to have right procedure to have a quality evaluation, because quality can be a long-term policy, can be for the procurement, but short-term even can be for to the daily extent it is required to monitor the day-to-day quality. every day it changes, the quality changes, the productivity will change, and the furnace and controls will also be dependent on the input quality. That is the reason why quality has got direct impact on the furnace operation. And in order to optimize this proper evaluation, both physical and chemical characteristics are to be evaluated. And the collection of representative sample preparation and analysis, all these are major part of this quality assurance plan. There are many standard practices, in fact, has been implemented in the country and throughout the world. But what happens is in actual practice on the ground reality, there are a lot of constraints come, lot of challenges come in the ground due to the space constraint, due to accessibility constraint. That is the reason why the exact application of these practices are also not possible in many ways. So therefore, it is necessary to build the capability for using the appropriate technology. We need to develop the technology so that the quality evaluation becomes very productive, and it enhance the productivity, and also we can compete with the globally in the quality standard. That is the basic objective of quality. And what are the challenges we face? One is the major challenge is the variability of the material. There is heterogeneity within the same source of material also. And another is inaccessibility, as I mentioned. The proper representation does not become possible. We are not able to access the entire depth of the material, entire cross section of the material, entire even the strata of the material. In that case, the representation from every layer is not possible. So the consequence is improper representation and hence improper quality evaluation. And this leads to high uncertainty of the measurement. And this also leads to possibility of bias due to human intervention. Wherever there is a human intervention, naturally, in that case, there is always possibility that a bias can happen. So what are the measures required for better accuracy? We need to have the systematic sampling plan. This will be based on the consignment size and quality variance. What is the raw material quality, how much variation is there, and how much the consignment size is there. Based on this sampling plan is to be made for every quality assurance plan. And second is reducing the imprecision by division of consignment into sub-lot. This is very important in the quality assessment, because if there is a very big consignment and entire consignment is sampled as a single lot, then there will be a lot of imprecision. That means the result of this analysis we get out of this will not be exactly representing the true value of that analysis result. So another is collection of representative sample. Proper sampling tools and methods. This is also very important, depending on the mode of transport, how the material is being carried. It is coming by trucks, or it is coming by wagons, or it is coming by sheep. So they will have the different kind of approaches for the sampling, and the sampling tools will also be accordingly have to be devised. Minimizing bias, that is build the technology to minimize human intervention. That is one example is the mechanization. If we do the mechanization wherever possible, then this bias can be eliminated. Other is the test facility. That is the equipment, calibration, trained personnel, test parameters, and robust quality control practice. Quality control practice has to be there in the laboratory so that accurate result is obtained. If we think about how much the total quality of a consignment, then it is almost 80% of this accuracy, contribution to accuracy or contribution to error, both come from the sampling. So sampling is very important, because if the sample is not drawn properly, then it will contribute to 80% of the total error in the assessment of this quality. And what is if we go for the manual sampling, what happens is high probability of inaccuracy and in quality assessment. There is a because manual sampling is used by hand tools. In that case, the exact assessment is not possible here. And human intervention, it might be incorporate bias. And most importantly, another is the major safety concern, because safety issue will be there. during this assessment. Then mechanical sampling, this is the preferred technique over the manual sampling. Advantage, this reduces the variance, achieve better precision and better representation, low uncertainty associated with the sampling. And it is an unbiased approach, and it eliminates major safety concerns. Whatever has been the constraint to the sampling, in that case, this mechanical sampling can be used to reduce the maximum concerns regarding the quality assessment for the future. I have given this particular present sheet in order to explain what we really talk about. When we talk about the international practices, there is standards bodies are there who are deriving the system where the total precision, overall precision, what has been calculated, that is taken from the 2 times the standard deviation, and the total standard deviation is coming from the sample preparation and measurement. Measurement is the testing. So this is contributing to the total precision of the system, and standard deviation is coming from total variance divided by square root of n1. N1 is the number of primary ingredients. That means this total if there is a large variation in the quality, in that case the standard deviation will be large. That means the imprecision will be very large, and the number of increment, each n1 is equal to 2 sigma w by beta square. That means sigma w is the variation of the grades. The international standards are projecting different grades range, because there will be a small range, or there will be a medium range, or there is a large range. So, and that has been defined, what are the different ranges from which this particular variation is to be considered. Considering what is the precision, target precision, then we can calculate how much increments will be required from a particular consignment, so that we can get the highest possible precision. Other things, if we go for the sampling of the coal, then also the coal sampling methodology, it is already taken in the Indian standard. Indian standard has already incorporated the mechanical sampling system, but there are still some practices are going with the manual sampling, because there are a lot of infrastructure and all those things are not yet built up in the country, so that we can have the mechanical sampling everywhere. So here also the sampling precision, total precision is equal to this variance, this is the primary increment variance, this is the heterogeneity of the material, and it is also dependent on the preparation and testing variance. That means if there is a large variance in the material, then it will increase, and if there is a preparation and testing variance, if the material sample is prepared manually at the site or at the works, in that case also there is a possibility of larger variance. So we have to take care that during preparation and testing also there is no storage of material, there is no contamination, and there is no loss of material, and the preparation is done exactly as per the recommended practices, so that we reduce the preparation and testing variance can be reduced. So other thing is the making the entire consignment into number of sublots. If we increase the number of sublots, then also the precision can be increased. If we go to the mechanical sampling, because mechanical sampling, there are in situ sampling from the stationary condition. There is one process where there can be a vertical auger system suitable for the wagons. If there is a consignment coming by wagon, suppose coking coal is brought by the wagons or it is coming by the trucks, in that case, that is also possible to be done in situ sampling by using a vertical auger. And if there is a stockpile, then in that case, the stockpile can be sampled by using a horizontal auger. I will come to that subject. And the automatic sampling system, where the automated conveyor system is there, there is a possibility that can be done by the falling stream, where the conveyor is discharging the material. At that point, the sample can be collected mechanically. Another is the cross-belt sampler. If there is no access at the falling stream is always preferred over the cross-belt sampler. But if there is no access at the falling stream point, then in that case, the cross-belt sampler, anywhere at the conveyor belt also, a cross-belt sampler can be installed. the India is having a capability of building own indigenous infrastructure for wide variety of sampling requirement. Because this quality requirement is very important in the assessment of the final product quality. So in that case, a large number of this kind of infrastructure will be required if we want to mechanize the quality system. And what is the vertical auger? The sampling from stationary lots is carried out on a mass basis approach. The methods are applicable to railway auger, roads and trucks, and the technique allows increment using mechanical auger, which collect the sample from the bottom. One of the advantages, it can go to the bottom of the wagon, which is not possible by manual sampling if it is sampled from the top. So in that case, whatever material is there at the bottom, that does not become accessible by manual sampling, and there is a completely wrong representation of the quality which is being received at the plant. And based on that quality, if production planning is done, in that case, there will be definitely difficulty in the process control. So while we go ahead with the future plan, we also need to have focus on how to assess the quality properly, so that the furnace, the production control is also made efficiently. And what is the cross belt sampling? This is already given in a here. In cross belt sampling, there is a belt is there. Over that, there is a sampling device. This will have a cross sampling like this, and the sample will be taken by this sample cutter, and it will be collected in a bin, or it can be a mechanical system also can be installed, integrated system, where the sample preparation can also be made here. Falling stream sampler, at the end point where the belt is falling, we can collect the sample from here. Another situation might be there, the conveyor belt is not having a facility to install either at the falling point or here any kind of sampling devices, and it is getting stocked in the stock yard where sampling has to be done. In that case also, there can be customized processes where the sample can be collected from the ground by a sampling heap sampler. The other is mechanical sampling of the ferroalloys. Ferroalloys is also one of the very expensive commodity in the steel industry. It is normally comes in the packed in the form of bags like this, and this has to be there is at present there is no other way but to do the sampling from the top. So here, one mechanical system can be developed, because these bags are ultimately discharged and stored in the yard in a bin. So in that case, at the time of discharge, the sampling system can be designed where the material while falling on the onto the bin, that will be sample. Another system will be there which will collect the sample from this bin. And the sample preparation also, there is a preferred method is the mechanical preparation, because manual preparation, it is not only time consuming, it has also a lot of difficulty, because moisture loss happens. Moisture is very moisture content in the material is lost to the total productivity, because total input cost will be increasing. So in that case, capturing the moisture percentage correctly is also very important. So here by mechanical division, this process can also be improved. There is a division where the manually it can be fed, or there is a mechanized system where the rotary refill division can be made. The other is mechanical pulverized system. The final powder can be prepared by pulverizing the sample in a pulverizer. Then we come to analysis. Then one analysis requirement. This is also already it has been discussed by earlier panel members. So here, iron ore and pellet. What are the significance? The composition is moisture, Fe, FeO, phosphorus, and sulfur. These are the main constituents which goes into the product. So these are to be assessed correctly. The other thing is the silica, alumina, CO, MgO. This composition mostly forms the slag and flux. The moisture loss on ignition, this goes with the emission. This is the total loss As I mentioned, key moisture is total loss from the total material input. And trace elements are also often required because this has got significance for the special steel, where there is need for control of trace elements or even addition of the trace elements. The physical test, tumbler index, these are the mechanical strength. Mechanical strength is very important for the iron ore as well as pellets. Shatter index, this is a measure of strength of the material. It is dropped from 2-meter height, and how much material breaks down below 10 millimeter, that is assessed. The reducibility, this is very important for the better productivity. If there is a low reducibility of the iron ore or reducibility of the pellet, so in that case, the productivity will come down. Cold crushing strength, this is required for the parameter for the pellet because this has to withstand the load when it is fed along with the iron ore. And the porosity, important for the permissibility of gases and reactivity. This reactivity of the iron ore and pellet along with coke inside the blast furnace. Proximate analysis, this is also for the coking coal. Coking coal proximate analysis, all the parameters, moisture, volatile matter, ash and fixed carbon, these are the prime constituent. Trace elements, that is phosphorus and sulfur. This is also required to be assessed because this contributes negatively to the steel. And physical test, CSN. CSN is a characteristic because coking coal, its suitability can be easily tested by CSN. Most of the test laboratory, it is available. Fluidity and LTGK type. This is the categorization of what is the categorization of the coal. And fluidity, this is there are 4 stages: initial softening, maximum fluidity temperature, solidification temperature, plastic range, and maximum fluidity DDPF. And this fluidity is actually required for this bonding property of the coking coal while baking. That means the property, the better fluidity will have a good coking properties. Petrographic analysis, this is called about the maceral composition. Maceral composition is the vitrinite, inertinite, liptinite, and mineral matter. These are the required. If it is analyzed, then this will give a predictive knowledge about what will be the output of the coal. It can give a prediction, see what is the quality of coal it can be produced from a particular coal. In Indian scenario, if we manufacture coking coal from different mines, then also and increase the production, then also this analysis of this petrographic will be vastly required. And while importing also, this is tested to know exactly how this coking coal will be behaving in the coke oven. And vitrinite distribution, this is a V-type distribution. V6 to V14 is the most important, although other ranges are there. So this gives vitrinite distribution. Reflectance is the mean random reflectance and mean max reflectance. This reflectance 0.85 to 1.3 is the normal range. If it goes beyond that, then also there is problem in the coke water quality, and if it is go below 0.85, then also there is problem in the coke quality. So this has to be seen during this receipt at the coking coal. And the coke properties: moisture, volatile matter, ash and fixed carbon, phosphorus and sulfur, and ash composition. These are the basic composition requirement. And for physical test, CRI, the coke reactivity test, and coke strength after reaction. These two are very important because the coke, whatever it is fed into the blast furnace, it is fed with the iron ore and pellets and sinters also. In that case, if the coke is brittle, it is not having adequate strength, then there will be completely powder generation, and that will block the entire passage of furnace gas, blast furnace gases. So in that case, there will be operational difficulties. And reactivity is very low, then there is a problem. It is very high, then also it is a problem, because very high means the coke will react very fast. If it is very low, then reactivity will be low. Then that means coke consumption in both the cases will be affected. And M10, M40, this is about the mechanical strength in cold conditions. And these are the strength after reactivity, because here in the coke reactivity, there is nitrogen and carbon dioxide is used, and carbon dioxide gas reacts with carbon to form carbon monoxide. Here it is done at high temperature, but this is done at normal room temperature. And porosity is also definitely important because it has to be within the range so that it does not build up high reactivity or even does not have a low reactivity. That's why porosity is important. So these quality assessment, if we need to do, in that case, we have to have the process control from the beginning, from the mine site up to the plant end. Everywhere this quality control is required, and we need to have revisit into the how the sampling is done. Doing by the manual means whatever we are doing in the country at present in most of the cases because of the lack of infrastructure, lack of facilities, or even lack of awareness how to do it, what to do it. So manual processes are existing. So this is the time that we need to get out of the manual process and wherever possible to do some mechanization and do it, build it indigenously. There is no need for importing these material from outside. Make it indigenously so that we can improve the quality of the raw material and we can improve the quality of the product. When we reach the 300 million ton, at that time, our products will also be globally competitive. That is the objective of this quality assessment. So
Thank you, PLB. Thank you so much for giving your time and highlighting the needs for sampling and quality aspects of both iron ore and coal. Now, is there any questions to Mr. presentation? Any questions? Okay, so no questions. Then I assume we can move on. But before that, I would request Mr. Amit Das, our tech partner, to play the video of NMDC once again, because when you played it last time, the quality was, the audio quality was very poor. And Mr. Bose, before we move out, let me thank you and the promoter of one of the promoters of your company, Mr. Sajal Mitro, is a childhood friend of mine. We were in the same class from class 2. So from childhood, we have been brought up together. So please convey my sincere thanks to the promoter of your company, Mr. Sajal Mitro, who was with me in school and we grew up together. So I'm happy to see that Sajal has moved on. And please convey my thanks to him. With that, Amit, can you just play NMDC video? Thank you, Amit.
There was still some
Thank you
glitches.
so much. Yeah, but better than last time.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have much. I don't have much faith on this platform WebEx anymore. Having said that, I'll move on to my younger brother, Dr. Onin Bhattacharya, from who's there in faraway Vienna. And today I'm told my son, who is sitting with just a t-shirt on or a shirt on, tells me that it's very warm in Europe today. And
Yes.
Amit, who is in London, also tells me the same thing. So, Andrid, I don't know what it is like in Vienna today. I'm supposed
It's quite warm. It's quite warm than the normal situations.
Yeah. So perhaps
people are used to the warm environment, so it doesn't matter to us.
Unfortunately, not many of the houses have the air conditioning like we do. So unless you're staying in a 5-star hotel, you won't really get the air conditioning which we get everywhere. So my son has bought a fan when he found last year that it is terribly warm in Germany during these months. And last year when I was with him in Germany, it was close to 37, 38 degrees.
I think
Around
we
this
don't
time.
have a ceiling fan. We have to bought a.
So,
you can understand.
yeah. So having said that, let us keep our industry warm and let's keep it going. And Andrin, you're the one who will do all the. I was referring to the waste we have been creating over the years and not converted into wealth. So you are the one who is responsible for turning the waste into wealth.
Let's see what happens.
So the floor is yours. The floor is yours, Dr. Arvind Bhattacharya.
So, okay, so I'm sharing my content, if it's all right.
Yes. Can you make him the presenter, Amit, so that he can share the content? You have to make him the presenter first.
Okay. So let me share screen. The WebEx platform is a little bit different. Can you see it?
No, it's showing a gray. Yeah, we can see it now. Yeah.
All right. Making it full screen. Okay, let's go. So without further ado, let's go directly into the topic of today. And what I would really like to speak, we have heard especially very valuable inputs from the people of the industry, especially from the heavy industrial sector. Now let me deviate a little bit in terms of disruptive solutions, because as we all know, the iron and steel industry is considered to be a very traditional industry and there is not much disruption, and in certain cases disruption is not taken very well by as per convention. But let's see that there are people who have taken disruption very easily, very wholeheartedly. For instance, I can tell about Mr. Naveen Jindal, because he's the first one who dared to install a gasifier-based DRI technology. And these types of disruption, these types of decision making is required. And of course, in the next time, in certain cases, is my slide changing?
Yes.
Okay, good. So we always hear the fact that our goal is 300 million tons of crude steel by 2030, and there are lots of debates. It's going to happen or not, or how practical it is. But I will borrow the word from the great musician Herbert von Karajan, who said the person who says to have achieved all the goals in his life is either lying or has set the goals too low. So that's the point. So there is no point, there is no mistake in setting up goals very high, where you can always strive to achieve it instead of setting goals low. Now, to achieve these goals, there are certain things which have to be considered. Why this slide is not running? Okay. Now the point is, what is actually self-reliance? I think the glitches in Webex is messing up my slideshow. Okay, let's do it in small. Okay, let's go. Only a very few nations are self-sufficient. Maybe one of the best examples is the ex-USSR, the ex-Russia, where you have everything there and they're really literally dependent on their own country to get all of the resources, but not many other countries. You will require smart diplomacy, liberal index policies, and unbiased viewpoints for self-reliance. And possibly the best example, if you keep the steel industry in mind, is Japan. They don't have at all any resources in their own country, just a little bit of iron sand, but still they are one of the world leaders in iron and steel making. And of course, one of the most important things is utilizing the last bit of resources to its fullest extent, letting nothing to go in the West. That's why zero waste technologies are very important. Also, emergence of MSME sector in more and more volume is very important because there are large industry and the MSME are very crucial to contribute to the national economy. And of course, if you really don't have some raw materials, there is no point of regretting over it, rather focusing on strategic import of raw materials, which will create the win-win for both the exporter and the importer themselves. So let's go through some of the possibilities that we can do in India. First of all, India has approximately something between 10 and 12 billion ton of untapped magnetite resource. And this is something which hasn't been tapped yet because of political restrictions and other things. But however, magnetite, as we know, we require special technology to produce magnetite concentrate from it. And as you all know, that magnetite becomes hematite during the firing process during pelletization. And this is a process, is an exothermic reaction, and you will require less fuel even for the pelletizing process. Magnetite is a very good sinter feed also. And very importantly, we have a lot of titaniferous and vanidiferous magnetite, and where you can recover titanium and vanadium for the slags, which is also very important. And stump was a byproduct, because I have seen industries in South Africa, they call titanium and vanadium are their main products and iron is the byproduct, so in terms of their value. The next point is, of course, the burning issue in India, the coking coal and coke making. Now, there is no other way that the coke making relies on intelligent blending. In Europe, an addition of 8 to 12% of green pet coke is a very standard practice, and there are certain technological know-hows associated with it. But if this could be implemented, as there are many refineries in India, this would be a very valuable, if somebody doesn't do ordinary conventional practice, this is one of the very good practices which is a takeaway from European coke makers, how to increase gradually the amount of green pet coke, and that makes the cost of your blend much lower. And the second thing which is very important is the import diversification. Alternative choices are Russia, Ukraine, and Colombia. Especially Ukrainian and Russian cargo is so far not very popular in India, but we have talked to them, we have talked with several Russian and Ukrainian players, and they are more than happy to export their cargo to Russia, to India. So this is one of the solutions. Also, as we know, India has more than 200 billion tons of, if I remember the value correct, of non-coking coal. So therefore, the maximization of the importing coal usage is very important, because in certain cases where we require high quality non-coking coal, we have no other choice to depend on import. But in that case, that could be utilized very efficiently by briquetting techniques for high temperature and pressure applications, such as in the melter gasifier, such as even in the rotary kiln. You can use cold briquettes if you can make them very well. If you have RB2, RB3, that could be briquetted very easily with high properties. Enhancement of PCI rates will save your coke. And of course, coal gasification is right now very important in India. And the other thing is coal bed methane-based DRI process in industrial scale is also very important. Next, we come to the core value on which our company was founded. We always say that where you see waste, we see free raw materials. So that's how, if you have your raw materials, if you don't have primary grade raw materials, you have waste, which is free raw material. And there are ways to utilize it. So we personally have invented from our company several technologies to make all the raw material waste from the steel plants and make DRI out of them with a very high IRR, internal rate of return for the investors. And there is also, I believe, more than 100 or 200 million tons of iron ore tailings deposit in India. And you can think about what happened to Brumadinho last year. And no political party, no steelmaker want a dam breakage, or no miner want a dam breakage in their area. So we also have invented technologies to make DRI from iron ore tailings and red mud, which are, I always say, again, 50% of iron inside them, and which makes them kind of a free iron ore for them. You can take it without any extra costs associated to them. So anywhere raw material diversification and secondary and alternative raw materials are very important for the survival. In certain cases, for instance, both MSMEs and large industries can benefit from them. In case of large industries who produce a lot of waste, they can reutilize this waste, make their EBITDA more up. In case of smaller MSME, they can take the advantage of this waste, take them from the environment, use it, and make their own products. Now, finally, I will not go much into detail. I will go more into the ways of discussing the self-reliance. Can India be self-reliant? Yes. But does the average Indian mindset want to be self-reliant? No, unfortunately not. India is a country of more than 1 billion people, and we have got independence. It is a long year, but still there are problems which haven't been solved yet. Because whenever we see policy-making discussions, we always address issues, but never actually solve them. So everywhere we hear that this issue was addressed, this issue was addressed, but this issue was solved, we don't hear anyone. Also, there is a non-readiness to accept creative disruptions in the industry, as I have discussed before, procrastination in decision-making, and that makes a lot of trouble, because if you look at the global ranking, India ranks 63 among 190 countries in the ease of doing business, and even worse is starting a new business, 136th ranked globally in 190 countries. However, as industrialists, as entrepreneurs, or as Indian citizens, people of India shouldn't be pessimistic from this. Rather, optimism followed by hard action is always, in my opinion, in our opinion, to make the way forward. And what we can do from this, how we can contribute so that India can get self-reliant in the future. We can help the steel plants by implementing the technologies to recycle mine wastes and plant waste, which are alternative raw materials. We can introduce advanced technologies for blending optimization of coke using pet coke and all other things, because I know right now, I have seen it by my eyes, Nippon Steel uses more than 50% of non-coking coal in their coke making blend. There are several technologies that could be implemented, which we have also tested ourselves and patented certain cases. We can provide Ukrainian and Russian coking coal, and thus diversifying the nature of import to India. And I believe not only the steel plants directly, rather the coal traders in the country will also be benefited by getting Ukrainian and Russian coking coal, because they provide good quality and they provide it slightly cheaper. And the CFR price comes less in certain cases even than Australia, or let's say take from Canada or USA. Providing technologies for alternative raw materials, what we have said. Also, scrap diversification is very important. The reason being always the dependence of shredded scraps or bushelings or HMS is good, but there are things which could also be utilized, such as pig iron lenses, such as beach iron, such as incinerator scraps, and these other things are much, much cheaper. The tundish scraps from the plants, which could be a very good fit for the MSME sectors. And of course, to support MSME entrepreneurs to make iron and steel making more profitable in Indian context, because it always goes in small steps, and more people, more and more industry leaders coming into the iron and steel will make the industry better and not worse. So without this word, with these words and with a lot of optimism towards a self-reliant India, I end my talk here. And of course, we would always like to see that the self-reliance come in actions and not only addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andren. Thank you so much once again for the word of optimism all around. And you have shown ways and means to reduce our dependence, if not remove it. And let me put it this way: when we started with the Atma Nirbhar Bharat series, this was the first one. Now we are also going into Atma Nirbhar Bharat for various other. And the key thought behind it was to reduce our dependence on China, which is not seen as a friendly country of India anymore. So I remember when Mr. R.S. Pandey was the Steel Secretary, traveling with him in the World Steel Association meet in Paris, and we had a lot of personal time together, where we were spending time together with Mr. Pandey, who later also became Petroleum Secretary. And one thing I told Mr. Pandey, why don't we go for a barter with China? You give us coke, we will give you iron ore, otherwise we will not. So Pandey said our dependence on coking coal from China is much, much more than what their dependence on iron ore is. So that was really that's really a challenge which we are carrying that legacy forward even today. We are still dependent on the coke, whereas their dependence is far, far less. Maybe Subrata, would you like to comment on the way forward? What we could do to use more of blended coal? You have to unmute yourself, Subrata. Please unmute yourself.
One thing, what you said, the blending the non-coking coal blend quantity in India, we are at roughly 10% level. So if it goes higher, I'm not sure about 50% what you said, but it can be 30-35%. Some researchers are going on in US, we know. So that will save substantial amount. This also the earlier speaker spoke. That will be a substantial saving, and many of the blast furnaces still in sale, I don't know, I'm not sure, the PCI injection rate is low. So PCI injection rate can be increased. That will also have an effect. All these consolidated effects will definitely help us. Yes, it's difficult, but it will help us. Yes.
Related to the non-coking blend, this is only Nippon Steel where I have seen, and no other one in the world has achieved 50%. And they use also some, the cold drying and pre-agglomeration technique, and that's how it works.
In the last, before this last Maytech, some Japanese company, they are doing research on this blending, non-coking and coking. They were talking about not 2014 Maytech, that they were talking about up to 30%. Anyway, so that percentage can be increased.
And also petroleum coke is very important, and that is the key takeaway from the European coke makers. Like ThyssenKrupp, voestalpine, everybody adds more than 12% in certain cases, up to 14% of green pet coke. And we have green pet coke.
It used to be banned in India because of huge pollution problem. Pet coke use.
Okay.
Now to do something.
Okay, this is again a policy making question.
Okay, I think there is a question from Professor Argo Majumdar. Amit, can you upgrade Professor Majumdar to panelist so that he can ask a question? Professor Argo Majumdar, from attendee to.
Yes. Thank you for the opportunity for asking me the question. I have been hearing about the coal and iron ore raw material. So actually, there are other raw materials also required to make steel, like low grade, low silica limestone, which have importing from Dubai, Thailand, Oman, so many places. There are limestone stock in Andhra Pradesh. I think Andhra Pradesh is the highest limestone deposit it is having, but there is no usage of it. So, is there any thought on this? Again, I will ask the panelists, all the panelists, to ask about to tell about the ferroalloys, which will be very much needed to go for automotive steel or high grade steels. And I would also like to ask about the seawater magnesia, which is being used for LD, the refractories. So what about those raw materials? We will be going for higher production, maybe targeted about 200 million ton and 300 million ton. But what about these raw materials? Maybe raw iron ore and coal we will be getting from somewhere else. But what about these raw materials? Please answer this.
To take this question, or Subrata, you'll take this question?
Can I?
I think Mr. Mitra will should, because he is more conversant to the Indian scenario.
I thank you. What I want to say, first let us talk about zero import is very difficult. Dubai limestone has got high CAO value, which our Katni or these places are less. That doesn't hamper much. Yes, there is a loss. So Dubai limestone is definitely preferable, but I think we can import Dubai area limestone. It's not any geopolitical problem there, and the price also is not very difficult. Now, regarding ferroalloys, India is luckily blessed with ferroalloy raw materials, but the difficulty is power cost is very high. Ferromanganese needs about 3000 megawatt, 3000 kilowatt hour per ton. Ferrosilicon 9000. Ferrochrome 3500. So unless the power cost comes down, ferroalloy industries are losing. So that's why a lot of ferroalloy industries used to be shifted to Bhutan, where they have hydroelectric power. So ferroalloy, India is a champion of ferroalloy production. Initially, ferroalloy raw materials used to be exported to different countries where they value added and sold the products. So the government of India in those times, and mostly Odisha, has got a huge amount of ferroalloys. So something has to be done for power. So yes, I agree with Mr. Mujumdar. Ferroalloy is most important, but ferroalloy is raw material we have in generally sufficient quantity. Power has to be handled. So this is one issue. And the third question was, repeat, please. One is ferroalloys, one is limestone.
Other one is seawater magnesia.
Seawater magnesia research is going on. Yes, you are right. That has to be put into the system so that the LD refraction life is improved, and yes, that.
In fact, Andrin was talking about Japanese industry. Their LD converters life was around 20,000 hits, and we are at the level of 6,000 to 7,000 hits.
No, here
we are really lagging on this.
No, Mr. Mujumdar, I would like to tell. These are all, I should not use the term gimmicks. Gimmicks, no. Not only Japanese. In US, LTV achieved 20,000 hits. So there are two ways. By slag splashing arrangement from converter through the oxygen lance, you add additions. Slag splashing arrangement will increase the life of converter line, but arithmetically, converter lining life increases always do not help, because the machinery, the gas giving system gets down. One of the best operating plants, Dr. Onlin may be knowing, in Austria, Linz, they have 6,000 life. So they stick to it, but they are highly productive. So there has to be a balance between productivity and converter lining life. Now lining life has increased. Jindals and Tatas have crossed 10,000 by slag splashing. You, through the oxygen lance, reduced oxygen and magnesite, blown after every 2-3 hits, flag is splashed by top blowing.
Yes, yes,
And
yes, yes.
so these are practiced. Or earlier days it was very bad. Things are improving, but there has to be a balance between life and so that you don't spoil the equipment. That's another thing. The converter shell should not get by unnecessarily increasing the night level. These are all techniques. But your question is well taken.
Thank you.
Thank you, Argada. Please stay with us. And I think, Amit, you have to upgrade Dr. Bhima Rao, because I can see Dr. Bhima Rao is not on the panel list. Can you upgrade to the panel, Dr. R. Bhima Rao?
Is he attendees list? I can't see him in attendees list.
Yeah,
Okay,
he's
please,
in the attendees list. I can see.
oh, okay. Yeah, Raghupati. Yeah, it's done now.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Dr. Bhima Rao, can you hear us? Dr. Bhima Rao, can you hear us?
No.
Can I share?
Yeah, right away. Before you, there is Dr. Manish Kumar, who is the senior principal scientist and head of research group for coal carbonization, environment and emission and CRM at Central Institute of Mining and Fuel Research, which is CFRI. So we have Dr. Manish Kumar and then followed by Dr. Bhima Rao. Dr. Bhima Rao, your, I would say, present director of your present director, whom you did not get a chance to work with, Professor Shuddha Satya Basu, is here with us, and I'm sure he'll be listening to your presentation as well. And you were in the mineral beneficiation technology group, and I'm sure that department still is carrying on the good work which you had done during your tenure. So may I request now Mr. Manish, Dr. Manish Kumar, Senior Principal Scientist and Head of Research Group, Coal Carbonization, Environment and Energy Emission of Central and Fuel Research, to put in his presentation, followed by Dr. R. Bhima Rao. Dr. Manish Kumar, are you there?
Are you getting? Am I audible?
Yes, you are
audible. Am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Steel and Metallurgy, for giving me this opportunity to speak on this very relevant topic. And I congratulate Steel and Metallurgy for organizing such a nice webinar with such eminent personalities. So I'd like to share some slides. Is it possible? Can I share right now?
Yeah, you, Amit, can you make him the presenter? And now you can share.
You are the presenter and start sharing. We can.
Is it visible? Is it visible?
Yeah, we can read.
So I like to recall a message, a speech of Honorable Prime Minister during the launching of auction process of 41 coal blocks for commercial mining. So it states like that India, despite having world's fourth largest coal reserve, being the second largest producer, still does not export coal. And is the world's second largest coal importer. Why cannot India be world largest coal exporter of coal? So this was the statement given by Honorable Prime Minister. But throughout this discussion, this webinar, I think we are quite sure that at this point of time we cannot start exporting coal, at least coking coal, because we are already facing a scarcity of coking coal. So I have come out with some challenges and opportunities, and what's on my slide will cover these three things. What are the challenges and what are the opportunities we are having, and what SIMFER, like CSIR or like research organizations like IMT, SIMFER, and ML can help to industry. So my first slide is the challenges. India is having very meager source of coking coal, and that is why the requirement it is required to have a long-term strategy for improving the quality of coal in light of this scarcity of coking coal. So about 85% of the requirement of coking coal is being made from imported coal, and only 15% from the indigenous resources. The coking coal resources are presently from lower seams of Jharia coking coal, Jharia coalfields, which are in high in ash content and low in volatile matter and difficult to wash. The good quality upper seam coking coal are depleting very fast. So the existing the existing coking coal washeries in India are very old, and we need to rebuild the washeries and rebuild the flow sheets, rebuild the designs, so that the available right now available coking coal can be washed in the washeries efficiently. So the conventional washing technologies are unable to supply coal ash of 17 to 18% as desired by the indigenous metallurgical industries. So I think this and most of the washeries, most of those coals are we are defining as non-living washery grade coals, and those are being supplied to thermal power plants. So these are the challenges. These are the challenges which has been extensively discussed by Mr. Jha and all the other panelists. So, and another point is the industry don't rely on indigenous technologies. Like we are having detailed flow sheets of different types of coals. We are having different technology for coal washing. Even most of the washeries, installed washeries, are of imported technologies. Most of the coke making technologies are being imported. So we have to rely on indigenous technology. That is the thing. That's the need of the day. So the opportunities is use of indigenously available alternative carbon resources. We can use like a wide range of non-coking coal like heat-affected jhama, non-coking bituminous coal, lignite, carbonizes product of this petroleum heavy residue, maybe the future carbon resources. Right now, it was being discussed that pet coke is we cannot use pet coke. Today itself, I've been discussing with one of my friend at JSPL Angul. He told that why can't we use pet coke? So simultaneously, I told that it is not allowed pet coke. Use of pet coke in coke making is not allowed in India. Then his question was why? That I told him that to environmental problems, because pet coking is having high sulfur and SOx emission will be higher. So he told that why, if we are having the desulfurization unit, why pet coke cannot be used? So we have to think of the use of alternative carbon resources. And this most of the Jharia coalfield is having low volatile coking coal, though they are inferior in quality, but apparently available in eastern part of the Jharia coalfield. And these coals are being of lower seams. They are more matured, having reflectance of 1.3 than the upper seam, of consequently exhibit lower values of volatile matter. So the country has moderate reserve of such coals, amounting about 50% of the total coking coal reserves. So another problem is that most of the fines coming out of the coal washeries below 0.5, what we call it, below 0.5 mm size coal fines coming out of the coal washeries is being blended with the washed coal and is being sold to the steel plant or to cokeries for coke making. So why can't we wash this below coal fines, below 0.5 mm coal fines? So we can install flotation cells. We can have vertical flotation cells so that this below 0.5 coal fines coming out of the wash tree slimes can be used for coke making, can be blended. This is, however, it is having as of 25%. Then if we can wash this also, we can have a lower as fines, and that can be used. And the next thing, why can we use? We do some research for additives for coke making, so that we can utilize inferior grade coal, pet coke, or some biomass also. That may be a solution. However, whatever the discussions we have been since 4:30, it is so that India cannot be in near future. India is not going to be self-reliant on coke making or supply of coal for steel making. But at least we can reduce the import. We can use these carbon resources, indigenous carbon resources, so that at least we can use 50% of our indigenous carbon resources in coal blend. That always can be done. If some research is required, if some studies are required, then we the Indian R&D organizations are there. We are always ready to do the research. Industry has to come up. And next thing, the adoption of advanced coke making technologies. Advanced coke making technology right now we don't have as such. I don't see any advanced coke making technology in the industry. Whatever is being practiced, it is quite age old. Recently, we have incorporated some stamp charging technology, which can incorporate some non-coking coal, some inferior quality of coking coal. That is good. But after over and above stamp charging, what can be done? And we have to generate confidence on indigenous coal preparation and coke making technology. What confidence the industry is not having an indigenous coal preparation, coal washing, and coke making technology. I think that confidence has to be built up to the industry. I don't know. Industry should come up and so discuss with the research organizations. So discuss with the technology providers that whether in this area we can use our indigenous technology, so that the slogan Atma Nirbhar Bharat can be established. However, we are Atma, but we may become Atma, but we have to reduce our dependency on imports and imported technologies, all those things. And now the last but not the least, I'll summarize something that what CSR Simfer approach and expertise in. CSR Simfer has already developed the flow sheet for low volatile medium coking coals, which can be blended judiciously and economically for making good quality coke. We can Simfer can provide technological support for feasibility of setting of commercial washeries, and also study the performance of different washing units. We are having, as you can see, I'm just sharing a photographs of 40 TPH coal preparation pilot plant. This pilot plant is having different washery circuit, and different different circuits can be utilized for different types of coal need to be washed. And based on this study, we can develop different flow sheets which can be implemented for making coal washeries. We have already developed in I think in 90s only we have developed 10 TPH mini flotation plants, working with the principles of conventional and mechanical flotation technique. But hardly any washery in and around big washeries. Small washeries are there. We have already supplied more than I think 20 to 30 technologies for 10 TPH mini flotation plants. But I don't think big washeries is having this flotation plants for treating coal fines, which can be a good additive for reducing the coal ash. And we have already developed a bench scale column flotation test rig. Column flotation test rig is for washing the latest coking coal which is coming out. That and we have developed recently. We have developed a 2-product aerojig test rig, which can be upskilled, like batak jig or bomb jig, whatever we have been importing for our washeries. CSS Infer is providing technology for non-recovery coke plant, which is time charging and coke quenching technology. We have already provided many to many cokeries, not for integrated steel plant. Right now, we are having discussions with some integrated steel plant also to install non-recovery coke plant based on indigenous technology. But I think no steel plant is having some old plants may be having based on the auto and this Mecon technology, but no steel plant is having coke plant based on Indian technology itself. However, it is available in India. So we have to build. Industry has to have faith on indigenous technology, and we have to build confidence of industry. So above stamp charging, what we are trying right now, we are trying hot stamp charging technology. We are developing so that in this technology we are trying to preheat the coal up to the start of to such a temperature that just the fluidity of coal begins, and then we stamp it. And in initial results, we have found very good results. We have initial in bench skill studies. We are able to replace about 40% of coking coal, good quality coking coal, with non-coking coal, some biomass, and all those things. So these studies we are already doing. And last but not the least, regarding production of needle coke from coal tar. I think most of the needle coke for preparation of graphite electrodes is being imported from India, and the needle coke is then graphite electrode is being prepared in the Graphite India or some other industries. So this coal tar, what coal tar we are having out of our byproduct coke oven plants, that we are trying to produce needle coke at indigenously, so that we can reduce import and good quality of graphite electrodes can be manufactured. So with these words, I would like to thank Steel and Metallurgy, and I think the outcome of this webinar should go to the relevant agencies, relevant ministries, and relevant industries, so that the outcome should be propagated, and so that we can this phrase Atma Nirbhar Bharat can be established. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Manish Kumar. And in fact, I had, before this, Dr. Manish Kumar, I had virtually no idea that so much of work with regard to the coke oven plants was being done by CFRI, and CFRI was working close. I was not really aware. It was a good learning experience, a learning curve for me today. Throughout the entire session, I would say it was a learning curve. It was a learning experience. And I came to know so much of work is being done, but still we have not been able to bring it to the knowledge of the industry.
Thank you. I would like Steel and Metallurgy to propagate this.
And as the advisor of our editorial board, I would request Mr. Subrata Mitra, who is also the chairman of this organizing committee, to make a note which my secretariat assistants will take care of it and forward it to Honorable Dharmendra Pradhan ji, who is the Minister of Steel, Sri Faggan Singh Kulaste ji, our Secretary Steel, Secretary Coal, and Coal Minister as well, so that there is a close coordination.
Exactly.
Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan has taken an initiative to cooperate with other ministries. So Ministry of Coal and Ministry of Steel should jointly cooperate to promote this as far as possible. And if Subrata just makes a concluding, when you conclude, if you just add those points, and
yes,
we will prepare this report, because even for the last webinar, I got several requests from Mr. Singhal to send it across, because our additional secretary is very proactive in this. So Mrs. Rasika Chobe will take it up, I'm sure, if we could just bring it to our notice, and also the notice of the joint secretaries and the secretary Coal.
It needs to be done. Agreed.
Yeah, yes. Yeah. So with that, I would like to request Dr. R. Bhima Rao, because Dr. R. Bhima Rao is also the editor of, honorary editor of our Mines magazine, the other magazine which we have, which is called Mines and Minerals Reporter. So Dr. Bhima Rao is the editor of Mines and Minerals Reporter. He's our honorary editor of that magazine. And I'm sure Mines and Minerals Reporter will also take it forward, along with Steel and Metallurgy. Both our publications will take this and spearhead this movement to ensure that we really push forward the Atma Nirbhar campaign and make it a reality someday or the other. At least reduce our dependence, use as much as Indian coal as we can, and utilize our resources to the fullest. With that, I would request Dr. R. Bhima Rao to put in his comments before we close the session. So the last presentation of the day, Dr. R. Bhima Rao. Bhima Rao, the floor is yours. Amit, Dr. Bhima Rao's camera, has he switched off or?
No, he has.
I'm sharing still.
We still can't see your beautiful face, Doc.
Why?
I can't see your beautiful face even now.
Okay.
You're
How?
7, you're touching 30.
69.
69. So not very old. 69 years young.
Not very old. Yeah.
Mr. Bhima, if you can see, like, if you are using a red button about the video, you can switch it on.
Yeah.
You
have to. You can't?
I'm saying that.
Yeah. There is a camera icon which you have to switch on.
That video. That's not clicking.
It will be on the bottom left of your screen.
Yeah, these are sharing is coming. Sharing iron is
Sharing is there. So just beside sharing, to the left side of sharing, you will be able to view the
see,
icon.
Yeah, the first, second icon from the left. From the left, the second icon, you have to switch it on. See?
Yes, perfect. We can see the presentation. Yes,
Perfect,
we can see you.
So now this is the requirement. Already Jane has told that by 2030, but to go for magnetite, but to go for other raw materials. Actually, magnetite contains a lot of illuminate. Magnetite cannot be used. Only Karnataka magnetite can be used. Other magnetites cannot be used. Where illuminate is there, that cannot be used. So what is that? I don't separate. That was physical process are not possible. But to go for reduction roasting. And the other one is iron ores. Iron ore sampling is not so easy. Where sampling procedure at all, iron ore sampling is not so easy. It's very difficult. And the other one is ultrafine rotation of the rotation of the world. Rotation is not so easy. Ultrafine rotation only sulfide ores are easier. Equal is not so easier. And those are the topics to be discussed. So here I am the editor of Mines and Minerals Reporter, which is still Metallurgy of the family. And how to go next?
Just press enter, it will go next. If you press enter, it will go to the next one.
So on the left side of your screen, you will see a number which show number 1 and 2 arrow keys. So if you press the down arrow over there, it will go to the next.
Yeah, this is done now.
So we are taking over the titanium minerals. Actually, titanium minerals contain a lot of iron. To take ilmenite, it may have minimum 50% iron in there. When people who are exporting titanium minerals, ilmenite and everything, if we recover titanium slag, the iron is a byproduct we can get that one. So that is more advantage. Abundantly available along the coastal line. This is we can save the high grade of iron ores in the country which is available now. The iron ore will be 2030 level. So a magnetite will be 72% iron, ammonium will be 16% iron, coalite 62% iron, limonite 55% iron, citrate 45% iron. So when you come to the iron, ammonium 60% magnetite, it is called natural ore. If you go other side, not very possible. The iron ore is raw material used for the 98% of the use of the steel. The total recoverable iron ore is already told is 9,000 million tons of hematite and 3,000 million tons of magnetite available. So this magnetite only is useful. Other magnetites are not useful because that contain ilmenite. There are many alternate resources. One is magnetite recovered from the sulfur ore plants, and there was iron is available from the Redmond aluminum plants. Iron ore available from commodity orbital mines. Magnetite available from the copper and zinc ore mines. A large amount of magnetite is being recovered byproduct from uranium plant islands. The most economic deposit is ilmenite, where we can get. There are many research work in the recovery of iron from titanium, but working at microwave energy nobody so far has done. And the present presentation deals with the ilmenite recovery pyrometry process. By this process, consumption of high grade iron ore can be saved for future. It is available in all the states, and magnetite is available major only Karnataka. The other magnetite is not at all useful because it contains ilmenite. The iron bearing titanium minerals, which contain 2.9% iron will be there. Secondary ilmenite, titanium is 67%, remaining is iron. Leucoxene 68 to 69%, 89%, TiO2 remaining is iron. Titanium magnetite, this is what is available through rusted glass. This is contained TiO2 only 7 to 80%, but this is not suitable for the steel industry because of the titanium content. The total recoverable ilmenite deposit from all our states 348 metric tons. So ilmenite according to 38 million tons, metric tons, and leucoxene is 17 million metric tons, and accounting 56 million metric tons bearing iron titanium minerals. On average, if you take 50% as our resources, 28 million metric tons of iron is available. This can be exploited. You can use that. After everything is there, ilmenite glycogen is the deposits resource. Kerala, Odisha, Maharashtra, all these deposits. Okay. Now come to exports and iron for ilmenite. See, exports always depend on the local political problems, and import is necessary to get the import. Consumption is required as per the plans. So this is the crops. So this is a titanium slag from pig iron. Now we are taking that one. This is a chemical composition. Everybody knows that. And temperature at 100 degrees temperature, surface reaction takes place during high temperature around 1550 to 1650. Charge sample ilmenite and carbon first material next to reduction of oxides, and it forms FeO and Ta2, Ta2O3, and TO2. So the titanium slag is 83% TO2 and iron content 96.44% in the iron. What we can get from the ilmenite. The iron metal you can get 97%, iron metal you can get. So this is the process. So we have taken ilmenite, put in the microwave furnace, and this is a titanium slag, and this is a pig iron. Pig iron contains 97% iron content. Okay, then.
to place ilmenite deposit available throughout the coastal area, and it is accounting that today 38 million tons, metric tons ilmenite, glycogen 17 metric tons available. On average, we take 28 billion metric tons iron can be recovered from the only ilmenite. This is what we can say that. So by way, such way you can do save the iron ore deposits. So my sincere gratitude to Narendra Mukherjee for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Bhima Rao. Thank you for, let's say, showing us something. But we have to look at the economic viability. I mean, is it viable? Subrata, what is your comment?
Already plants are available. In
Yeah, but what is the viability? I mean, in terms of the economic viability.
In Ganjam district, Chhatrapur, Sharaf already the plant is selling the iron as well as titanium slag. Already plant is established.
Now, Dr. Rao is correct. A lot of work is going on in this field, but the question is, a lot of iron can be recovered. So, principally, why waste this? Why waste? Use this, and the economics can be calculated. Slowly, it will come down.
Yeah.
Andrin, would you like to comment on this? Andrin, any comment from your end?
I mean, magnetite is a pretty untapped resource in India, as Dr. Rao correctly mentioned. There is more than 10 billion tons of magnetite deposit. What I have been told, or I have read, that the real problem lies in the restriction of mining there. And I know there is a kind of a coinage word, I forgot. It has called, magnetite is called intergeneration equity or something like that, to be kept for the next generation. But I would rather say 10 billion tons of magnetite, which is quite a good amount, and lots of generations can go with it. The most important thing is to make pilot plants which can produce 1 to 2 tons per day, and then pitch it to the investors. And I believe a lot of people will be happily accepting it, because in South Africa, there are companies who always call that titaniferous and the vanidiferous magnetite. They always call iron is our byproduct, titanium and vanadium are our primary products.
Correct.
Okay, so that makes sense. With that, Amit, are we having the TIOCL video by any chance, or shall we?
No,
it's not,
actually, I'm trying to download it. I've just received an email from Pradipta. I'm trying to download it. Once it will be done, I will start that one. We'll let you know.
Okay, till such time you download it, let our chairman of the organizing committee, Mr. Subrata Mitra, do the sum up, and by then, if you are able to download it, we'll play it to finish it off. So before that, Subrata will sum up the proceedings, and then Ankit will propose the vote of thanks.
I really want to say thanks to the Kreska Private Limited, because my father-in-law was the deputy director of Kreska Private Limited. He passed away. So my entire wife's family, they are very happy that Kreska is joining this. They are very happy to see the Kreska name. I see the Kreska name. They are all very, very happy, because I was also going with my father-in-law for sampling of how to do sampling of chromite. Sampling of chromite from the deposit is very difficult, and similar iron ore collection also very difficult. There is a vertical sampling. The bottom deposit in the chromium iron that was never been able to recover. So that was the major problem that I was going along with there's a problem. The Sukinda area strikes were going on. My father was not having food, and I was also not having food. But those were the days, jungle days. I was talking about 80, 81, 83 time. So by the time Mr. Bose might not be, I think he must be very young. I think Bose must be young that time. This was our experience in the Sukinda area. Chromite mines, child ore mines, farming mines. We were not having food, like carrying food, eating food. These are our experiences with the Limited.
He raised 43 years working in and in the duty he passed away with heart attack. So we are happy to share with you and express our happiness.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rao, because it is a very pleasure to hear, because we have been associated with many industries throughout the country. In fact, since the development plan from the beginning after the independence started, we have practically started being associated with many companies, and we have got opportunities. But right now, as you said, there are a lot of challenges coming in doing the sampling from underneath, from the below, because taking a sample and giving a result, that has been the year of the past. That is best. Right now, we need to the quality concept has come with everywhere, because we need to day-to-day quality we need to assess, because today what is to be fed, that has to be understood today, otherwise the furnace or the operations will go down. So I appreciate, because as you said, there are a lot of challenges in going down the things, going deep into the things and getting the samples done. So we will definitely like to be involved in such kind of things once some kind of things comes into our attention, and definitely will get involved.
Dr. Bhima Rao, as I said, my childhood friend, Mitra, we grew up together. This was a legacy of his family, and his father brought Mitra.
Mr. Tapan Mitra.
Mr. Tapan Mitra, and his son is now carrying the legacy. Grew up with, we grew up from class 2 together.
Yeah.
So it's a very close association with him, and he was always known to be the quietest boy in our whole class. Good. So that is what it is, and I'll now move on to Mr. Subrata Mitra. And Amit, please mute everyone so that Mr. Mitra, there's no feedback.
Yes. This regarding the column flotation.
Flotation for the coal washings.
Coal washers, that is the Simapara. Dhanbad. The real column flotation is the cleaning only, not for the flotation of the original things. We had 30 years we worked on column flotation. Whereas Dhanbad is recently entering, and our plants are everywhere in the Dhanbad. Our plants are hydro ore and manganese ore and coal ore. For this, I have a very document reservation on flotation of the superfine particles. Superfine particles only sulfur ores it will work, not for coal. Coal and graphite is only cleaning. Flotation only for cleaning, not for the mine flotation. So there one must be the research should be very careful and come to the industry.
Right.
So Professor Basu is leaving now. Yeah. Before Professor Basu leaves, Subrata, if you can just conclude. And Amit, please mute everyone except Mr. Mitra. Yeah. Subrata, please.
Yes, thank you, Nirmalu, and all the panelists, esteemed panelists, knowledgeable. So we had a very good learning session. We must appreciate, and it was a privilege. It started with Mr. Jayant Acharya, Director Commercial, JSW, with his wide experience. He shared some of the points of JSW plant and shared the production possibilities and the figures, statistical figures, and the government actions taken on mines, because they are in the forefront. JSW is in mining, is owner of mines after, in fact, the first time. They have procured 4 mines in Odisha, 9 in Karnataka, which are reasonably large. and the value addition by auction is suggested by him. The roughly 60 million ton of coking that we all agreed that requirement, and washeries have to be set up is his opinion also. He suggested Joria deposits to be divided into certain sectors, 6 to 8 blocks, and with R&R rehabilitation schemes for better working of Jharia. That's the only area where actually he also pointed out that coking coal is the issue. So that was Mr. Jayant Acharya's talk. Then CMD KIOCL, Mr. Subbarao gave us statistical analysis of an historical background of steel making through different routes, talked on self-reliance of 210 million ton iron ore produced last year, talked on various schemes being progressed by them, and he suggested a good thing, low-grade iron ore use. That of course is government's priority, 45% and even lower. So he gave a good talk on the statistics of what is happening, and because KIOCL is a big player in Karnataka region. Then the third speaker was Mr. D.B. Sundaraman. He is VP Raw Materials from Tata Steel. So he talked mostly on the regulations and how it has to be handled, because a lot of regulations are hampering. Of course, government has to have regulations; it cannot be avoided. But how they can be expedited to resolve the regulations. It cannot go on. Told about Tata Mines using medium coking coal and stamp charging. Stamp charging has been practiced. Top charge coke oven has been stopped in Tata Steel for quite some time. Now, stamp charging, Tata was the first company in India to start it using medium grade coking coal. They have their old mines in Jharia, one of the oldest in India, more than 100 years old. Production from Jharia is very low as per international standards. 1 million ton from 5 underground mines. Jharia, as you know, is very highly gassy, and productivity increase is very difficult. He pointed out still now all the equipment, mining equipment, underground mining equipment mostly are imported. So whether these can be manufactured in India, that has to be pushed. So underground mining technology has to be brought in from the West. It used to be British, German, and whoever, Polish. So that has to come. Coal washery we told we have to depend on coal washery, and dependency on imported coking coal will be there, and coke mixing is already being done in Tata Steel at the rate of 10%, which needs to be increased also. Government clearance expediting. Single window should happen. Logistics improvement is a prime necessity. Then the fourth speaker was Mr. N.C. Jha, a highly experienced person. He gave a very detailed description of coking coal scenario, mostly from Dhanbad Jharia area, requirement of coal, and the steel sector requirement. Current requirement 10 to 15% domestic. The government's initiative, government's idea is only 65% will be imported from the 90% now, and 35% will be produced in-house. The difficulties and the issues related to in-house procurement was also highlighted by him. Talked about coal seams. In Jharia area there are 40 seams, and with difficult excavation technologies have to follow. The optimum ash content suggested by him should be 17.5 to 18% for economic, beyond which economic beneficiation is not possible. Blending is required, and which has to continue in a bigger scale. Then Mr. Shuddha Shatya Basu from IMMT and RRL talked about Talcher surface mining issue with high ash quantity, with surface mining ash can be coming down. Selective mining was suggested by him. Pilot plants can be made from 5 to 6 millimeter size, use of 5 to 6 millimeter coal, and roasting pelletization is being tried. We talked about DRI feed coal as well as pellet feed coal. A fluidized bed reactor was suggested by him for coal gasification. That's a new technology in India. He suggested that fluidized bed coal gasification can be started as being done in JSPL. High ash coal can be gasified. That's one advantage. India having high ash coal which can be gasified. Scrubber, flotation, beneficiation, and use of artificial intelligence, which is being practiced in JSW with IIMT's help. That also was highlighted by him. And the sixth speaker was Mr. Mishra, K.K. Mishra of CMPTI. He talked about the Indian coking coal with high ash, various types of ash content, increased blending, 25% Indian coal from the present 10%, blending coking and non-coking present, and he suggested 25% blending. Talked about washing of coal, increase in washing coal washeries and setting up coal washeries for use of. Ultimately, Indian coal, non-coking coal has to be used and coking coal has to be used, so the coal washery. The seventh speaker was Dr. P.K. Jain from Indian Bureau of Mines. So he talked about hematite, magnetite, why importing iron ore, why import iron ore when we have so much? That was a question put up by him. He discussed the statistics of various mines, production figures also talked about, deep exploration and beneficiation and use of magnetite ore was suggested. Then the eighth speaker was Mr. Purnendu Basu of SK Mitra and Gemini. He talked elaborately on the sampling system. So Gemini system was shown in video as well as SK Mitra's video. Is a very elaborate sampling method, mechanized sampling method was shown and elaborated the technicalities of it. Including, this was a thing to be learned, variability of materials, in variability of different material mixing, that also needs testing, and for which the testing facilities have been developed by their company. Talked about precision concept and the various grades of coking coal, coke properties in 10 and 40, what are the importance of the reactivity index was talked about, and that sampling mechanism is extremely important, which was not, of course the company is for a long time, but the importance of sampling with respect to proper production was put forward by Mr. Basu. Dr. Andren Bhattacharya talked about the self-reliance via disruptive solutions in raw materials. Waste, one good thing he said, whatever is the waste can be used as raw material for iron and steel making. DRI from iron ore tailings, beneficiary tailings and red mud was talked about. Recycling mining waste, basically these are mining waste. Also talked about use a larger amount of coking coal in the non-coking coal in the blend. He said Nippon Steel perhaps is going nearly 50%, was informed. The next speaker was, 10th speaker was Dr. Manish Kumar, CF, Central Fuel Research. He talked about coking practices and the various research being carried out in AFRI and Jeria coal being low volatile coking coal, additives for coke making, washing below 0.5 millimeter size for coal fines, attempting reduction in coke use, as told by earlier speakers also. Advanced coke making technology needs to be developed. And another thing, build up the confidence that we have to be self-reliant. Otherwise, we have to go on importing coking coal for years together. So hot stamp charging is an area being researched in CFRI, and the study shows 40% of coking coal can be replaced by this. This is a good outcome of the talk. Next, the 10th speaker was Dr. Bhimara, who just ended from IIMT. He presented the requirement of alternative raw material like titanium, utilizing of titanium material for recovery of iron. This area needs development because India has a lot of ilmenite. From ilmenite, titanium, slag, and recover iron. That itself will help in getting some amount of iron may not be for large scale steel plants, but for smaller plants. Why waste it? So the economies will be calculated at proper time. I think with this, it was a good discussion. Iron from another thing which is being practiced in Sukinda, iron from overburden of chromite mines. So this was also talked about, and it was a very absorbing and technically sound discussion what we had. And thank you for I would like to thank all the panelists from my side. Value-added discussion, I should say.
You have to unmute
Sami,
yourself. Yeah.
Well, now?
Yeah, now we can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, audible.
Okay. Now, first of all, let me express my sincere thanks to all the panelists for being here. Of course, Ankit will propose the vote of thanks, but let me personally thank all the panelists and our chairman of the organizing committee, Mr. Subrata Mitra, who has given so much of time for each one of our webinars. None of this would have ever been possible had he not been there with us. So my heartfelt thanks from the bottom of my heart to Mr. Subrata Mitra for so much of support he has given, and also to Dr. Bhima Rao, who has stood by me for many, many years during the worst of times. He never, left me away or let me go as it is. He always stood by me. And Dr. Bhima Rao also helped in this webinar. And the fact that we had Dr. Manish Kumar from CFRI today is because of Dr. Bhima Rao's efforts that he organized. In fact, Dr. Bhima Rao, when I went to IBM last time in Nagpur, he was the one who kept telling me on the phone, go and visit Dr. Bhagwan, go and visit him in IBM, go and visit him. So he has always guided me whenever I needed that help. So my thanks to him as well. And Andrin is my younger brother, who comes out of his way to help me whenever I need his support. And I wish all the best to Andrin as well. And special thanks to Mr. P.L. Bose, Professor Sudhir Sattavasu, the director of IIMT, needs a special thank because he is going to be there for our next webinar on Waste to Wealth also. He has agreed to be there for our, I'm sorry, not to Waste to Wealth, for the refractories webinar. He will be there with us. So my special thanks goes to Professor Sudhir Sattavasu also. Now with that, Mr. P.L. Bose, PLB as he is popularly known in the industry, needs a special thanks because he covered his subject. Along with sampling, he covered the quality aspects and gave a very exhaustive presentation, and also helped us in doing this event by being a sponsor. Special thanks to Mr. P.L. Bose for his support and of his organization. I would now request Ankit to propose the formal vote of thanks before we end the session.
Yeah. So before the vote of thanks and before we end the webinar, I have received the KIOCL video. So would you like me to play that?
Yes, just to sum it up, chalte.
Okay, so just let me know if the sound is audible.
KIOC Limited.
Yeah, I just wanted to pause and make sure that everyone can hear it. Is it audible to everyone?
We can hear it, Ankit. You can go
Okay.
on.
Okay, so that was pretty extensive, and I think maybe a little long, but it was let's say a walk through the entire plant of KOICL. So we walked through entire pelletization plant and literally visited the entire plant on the virtual world. So Ankit, now you may proceed.
Ankit, before you just start, let me just say like Nimrata is like my elder brother, and like Tata Steel and Jindal leads the steel team. Webinar is led by, I think, Nimrata, and he never hesitated to try out different platforms. This was the platform which he tried out. Fortunately, unfortunately, but he actually is leading the path for others to judge what is the best and what not to, what not to. But I wholeheartedly congratulate you and about the guts you have to take the new platform. Since all those things are very much set with the Zoom, still he has taken up the chance and actually leading the it's a leading path for others to see what is happening.
Yeah, Amit, when you mentioned this, also share with you that Subratoda and myself did have a brief discussion on this, and there were a few challenges we faced. First of all, if we wanted someone, someone from Tata Steel, we had no way we could have used Zoom.
Mm-hmm.
And this time we had a fairly senior executive from Tata Steel. I don't know if you know what vice president level in Tata Steel is. It is actually what they call is IL1, which is intensity level 1. So he belongs to the top strata of Tata Steel management. At that level, I cannot expect a vice president to break the rules of the company and go on a different platform. That is not possible. I cannot ask a vice president to break the system which Tata Steel has. So obviously, we had no choice but to move from the Zoom platform to another platform. Now, the one we tried out, WebEx, it may not have worked too well, but at least we managed to, experiment another platform and take it through. So that was maybe Subrata would like to would agree with
you. In fact, the KIOCL presentation was okay, absolutely okay. So yes, presentation there were some hitches, but as he said, IL1 is MD level, managing director level IL1. So we had no other choice. So it was generally okay, but with some presentations I had a little issue. Anyway, let us decide what to do.
Yeah, that we will discuss in our meeting also tomorrow, and
yes.
that will decide what is to be done. Ankit, please propose a vote of thanks, and then we will have our internal meeting tomorrow, which we can discuss the details.
Yeah, of course. So, of course, after Mr. Subrata Mitra had so eloquently articulated all the points of the meeting, he has left very little for me to add to it. So I would just like to wrap up with a few quick remarks. Firstly, thank you to all the panelists for being here today. And a special thanks, my heartfelt gratitude to all our sponsors for supporting our event. And our sponsors for today are NMDC, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel, Gemini Sampling Solutions, and Kudremo. So I would like to thank all our sponsors for their support. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Amitech India for helping us transition into this new platform that we tried today. And of course, everyone from the Steel and Metallurgy team for helping us make this event possible. With that, I would like to conclude today's meeting. Thank you all for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we meet tomorrow for our meeting at 7 o'clock. Thank you.
Good night.